Hello and welcome to another live. Just started it. Just waiting for people to join. I haven't put any. I keep saying I'll put them up on YouTube, etc. This live, but hopefully, if it's a short one, I will. So just welcome to anyone that's just joining. I am unfortunately known as the person that debunks other people now, which is not what I wanted to be known for. But anyway, hello for those that's just joining. So while I'm just waiting for people to join us live or ask questions, I'll just waffle on a little bit until you ask the question. So Lisa's wrote hi all. Hi Elise, nice of you to join. Thank you, Elise. That's nice of you. So I'm been doing this for 40 odd years, as you guys probably know. So recently, I started a new book, and it's called Anunnaki Gods or Almighty God. Now, this book. So I've done videos where I proved the Anunnaki or the gods in the Bible many times. But doing a book, when you do a book, you have to do a. Cotswolds wrote, evening in a meeting, but we'll listen by 8. No worries at all. Thank you, Cotswolds. So I'm doing this book now. The book, when you do a video documentary, even though I've done an 8-hour documentary proving the Anunnaki of the gods in the Bible, because you can show, tablets, you can show stuff, whereas a book you can't. You have to write about it. Because I go by evidence, I can't just write about something without showing evidence. So, for example, I was watching a video from Alex Collier, who supposedly gets information from Christ knows where, and I was watching that today, and literally he's contradicted himself. It was stupid. The logic, he hasn't got any logic, so he messed up straight away, and I picked it up straight away. So basically, what he said. The reason why I'm saying this is because he carried on and said, "Oh, there's some artifacts that no one can work out where they come from, and they're millions of years old or billions of years old." And I'm like, "Well, show me this." He's got a slideshow there, and he didn't even show the image of the. Yeah, it's lying. But what he did do was he contradicted himself. So he said that the planets were being pushed into orbit, etc., by the Andromedans. So listen to this. This is what he said. Then a bit later on, he said that the Andromedans are a certain amount of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years older than us. But when he was talking about the formation of our solar system, he said that the Andromedans did it around 4.6 billion years ago, which is what mainstream agree that that's the time frame. So does the Anunnaki. But what he done was said that the Andromedans were a certain amount of years ahead of us, but not 4.6 billion years ahead of us in technology. So in other words, they wouldn't have been around and had that technology 4.6 billion years ago. So he cocked up there. Then he said that they don't go by years like we do. This is another stupid thing that he said. They don't go by years like we do. He said they go by the duplication of the cells in the body. And he said, and if that's the case, it would. No, he said that's the case. But if we did it, then it would be seven of our years before we get a duplication of the cells in the body. Now, the problem with that, Alex Collier, who's not the world's smartest man, should have thought of all this before he started lying. The problem with that is that race, supposedly, the Andromedans that he was talking about, that race would have had to have got to a technological point in their life to be able to work out that cells duplicate. So, in other words, they would have never had any name for a year until they come up with the idea of, look, our cells, we could, let's create what we call a year. What would that be? They would have already been technologically advanced for thousands, if not millions of years to get to that, like we are. We're technically, we had a jump start thanks to the Anunnaki. But so imagine us right now, because we can do that now. We can say, okay, let's start a year. That means everything prior everything prior to when we worked out that we could have duplication of cells, we never once thought, do you know what, we should just go by the sun and say that was a year. Of course, the Anunnaki told us about the year, but we would have worked it out as well. So that was another stupid thing that Alex Collier did. So I'm going to do a video just debunking Alex Collier as well. I know it sounds like I'm being rude. I'm not. I just want people to stop making up crap. Patriotic Pages wrote Tataria. So, funny enough, I was doing a deep dive somewhat of a deep dive this morning on Tataria. So, funny enough, I was doing a deep dive somewhat of a deep dive this morning on zero, zilch, nothing, none. So then I say, well, why are you saying this if you've got zero evidence? And then they say, the buildings. So I was looking into the buildings this morning. In fact, I was looking into the spires, I was looking into bells, I was looking into what types of buildings would have possibly been done by Tatarians. Of course, there was none, so you can roll that out. But it sort of lends back, a lot of these buildings lends back to the Masons. So really, when you say Tataria, there is no advanced race whatsoever from Tataria. I've asked for evidence. I've looked and I've done a deep dive on it. Nothing. I can't get anything from that. Zamas wrote, saw you on Twitter, and then wrote clueless. Thank you, Zum. I'm not actually on Twitter, really, so I don't know how you could see me on Twitter. So clearly you're just a numpty who is, you don't even follow me, so you're clearly a numpty. When you should have said I saw you on TikTok, that would have been better, but I don't use Twitter, so there's your first problem there, sir. Now who's looking stupid? You assumed I would use Twitter and thought, I'll catch him out since he's on TikTok. I don't. Anyone that knows me knows I just really, a handful of times I post up on Facebook and even less on Instagram, but Twitter, no. So unfortunately you fouled on your trying to make me look stupid, and I've actually made you look stupid. How's that feel for you? Is that working out for you? Yeah, and I'm tired today. I've been working really hard all week and I'm knackered. I wasn't going to do a live, but someone asked me to do one, so I said I would, and I still caught that silly person out. Jane has wrote, hi sir. Hi Jane, nice for you to join. Hope you're okay. Elise has wrote, I come up with the same thing, Masons. That's all I could find. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why people say it was the Tarians. I don't know. It just defies belief sometimes what people think. So I've caught up with the messages. This is live. I read every single question out. So if you're interested to know what I talk about or what I've researched for 40 years and why I'm the best at it, and I am. I know it sounds like a big-headed, and I did say to myself that I'm not going to be big-headed, but I'm not. I have to say it because out of the handful of people that do what I do, I am the best, and that's not me saying I'm better than 9 billion people. It's me saying I'm better than a handful of people, and someone's got to be. So anyway, if you're interested in what I talk about or research, ancient aliens, modern aliens, crop circles, Bigfoot, spirits, all sorts of paranormal stuff. Solved many things if you're interested in learning about Easter Island, Stonehenge, who Yahweh really was, who Jesus real father was. Heaven and hell's been solved properly. Not none of this. Oh, it's inside you or it's up in the sky. It's properly been solved with evidence, which is something I do, by the way, if anyone's interested. Johnny's wrote, what are those drones going on, and is there a portal in the sea? Can't answer about the portal in the sea. We know, UFOs have been going in and out of the sea for years, years and years and years. So we know, for some reason or other, it seems like most people now are going, oh, there's aliens living in the sea. We've known about it for years. For some reason or other, it seems like most people now are going, oh, there's aliens living in the sea. We've known about it for years. So I don't know whether the drones are being monitored by the orbs. I don't know if they're working in conjunction with each other. I just don't know. Normally, when it's if it is government run drones, normally what happens is when they don't tell you what's happening, it's not good for you. And that, let's look at the chemtrails. That's not good for us. They do it. You know that. Everyone knows they do chemtrails. They call it weather modification these days, but it's not good for us. And so they could have done that right from day one. They could have said, we're doing weather modifications to help us, but they never did. It was only recently they're now coming out because too many people saying, hang on a minute, chemtrails last for a minute or two, chemtrails last for hours. So so whatever it is, it's not good for us. I'd like to think that it's there's stories out there that it might be Elon Musk's brother and all that kind of stuff. I'd love to think that there's a group of people out there putting out drones that's actually helping us, but I can't see it personally. Big Bro has wrote, what are the orbs and why are the LA fires? Well, I mean, I don't know. I've really not looked into the LA fires, but we do know that there is technology that from above can actually set fires. They did it in 9/11, where the cars around, the two buildings, I have to be careful what I say because of TikTok, the cars were melted, but for example, the newspaper inside wasn't. And so that's because it's a directed energy device that can target certain things. And they've, if you know anything about Hawaii, what happened a few years back, you'll also know that was also done by people. But whether this is done by people, I don't know. I'm just saying there is technologies out there that can do this. I've not looked into it. Paul James wrote, thanks for debunking Wesley Huff. You're more than welcome. It's never personal. I've got to go through. I haven't had a chance yet because I've been busy, but I've got to go through the Joe Rogan video. I've already done a video properly debunking him before when he had a chat with. And I only went through. I didn't go through the whole of it, but I already debunked him for 10 minutes. So yes, I will be doing it again for Wes. Now there is a video Wes done that I've saved. Again, I haven't had a chance, but I want to put it up where Wes turns around and says to people, "I'm so sorry. I want the misinformation to be stopped." And so I'm going to do a video saying to Wes, copying that one, showing that one as well. When Wes says I want the misinformation to stop, I'm going to say, thank you, Wes. That's exactly my point. So do not moan when I show your picture on YouTube with the words debunked over the top of it, because I want misinformation stopped. So yes, open season. If he's basically saying it's open season on other people, I'm open season on him. I will beat him. Well, I already beat him. So Paul James, what's your view on the Earth's frequency changing and the Earth moving into 5D? I would. It's going to sound really bad, isn't it? I would pay no attention to that whatsoever. None whatsoever. In order for us to know we're going to be going somewhere else, we would need to have really either an advanced race telling us, hey, this is what's going to be happening, or a previous version of something happening, so we can say, look, this is probably now what's going to happen based off of this. So everything that we're being told regarding the two things you just said is misinformation, in my opinion. Because come 2,000 years time, people were going, do you remember when they said we was going to do this? 10,000 years time, do you remember when they said we was going to do this? People's been saying Jesus is going to be coming back since pretty much he left or died. And it's not going to happen. People's been saying the Anunnaki will return, the gods will return. The list just goes on. So I wouldn't pay any attention whatsoever to that kind of stuff, personally. Scrolling down, this is live. I'll read every single question. History and Coins wrote, I have to go out briefly to the shops, but I will be back on if our history is still on. Oh, thank you, History in Coins. Very nice of you. Thank you. And then History in Coins wrote, "Hi boss, I'll be back soon. Have to get food." No worries at all. Paul James wrote, "But the advanced races are apparently communicating with certain people advising this."
Sorry, excuse me.
Sorry, my boy's just burped. Clark, what are you doing? Sorry, one sec. Clark, no, you've had enough. Get out.
Do you want
Go
to
on.
lock it?
No, lock it.
Yes,
Lock
my
the fridge.
darling. Yes, my darling.
So when you say certain people communicating, so let's just pick a couple of people. No, Clark, I've said no. Stop. No.
Alright.
Sorry, he's trying it on. You've already had a drink. You've had 2 lots of milk today.
I'm going the wrong way.
You know, milk.
I'm going down, not that.
Right. You can have this.
Oh, ooh.
Sorry, guys. Sorry.
He's my darling boy. He's my boy.
Look, this is going to go on YouTube, and all they'll hear is you. Right, go.
I love your hair.
You love my hair.
Yeah.
I don't know why he said that, but thank you, Clark. Okay, so let's look at some of these people communicating with advising this. We've got people, for example, I'm not saying Bashar has said this, but let's look at Bashar, who unfortunately I've debunked. And I mean, seriously, he's even admitted that, you know, I've got a video where he says that Bashar, obviously his real name is not Bashar, but he says Bashar may be a figment of my imagination. Whoopsie. So we've got him, we've got Alien Soul 36 or whatever her number is, debunked her. The list just goes on, basically. There's no one credible that's in direct communication that we can say is credible. I mean, you could probably say, well, Stephen Greer, maybe somewhat, but once you realise that everything that he does is monitored, I mean, he's going to be so monitored, Stephen Greer is, beyond, you know, everything's going to be wiretap, everything. So he's not, you know, he's not really in communication with him. So when it boils down to certain people, it would have to be people outside of the norm that we would know. In other words, it would have to be secret military complex people then letting us know. But of course, we, you know, could they not let us know something more important than we're going to go into 5D and the Earth's frequencies changing? Could they not have said, you know, you're being all poisoned and this, that and the other, and what you want to do is blah, blah, blah. So like I say, I pay no attention to things like that. I'm sorry, it's just I've heard it 40 odd years going, all sorts of stuff about things like that, and nothing ever comes to pass. Fred has wrote, "Are you talking about ancient aliens?" I can talk about ancient aliens. I am the foremost expert in ancient aliens. It's not me being big-headed, it's just someone has to be. Turns out it's me. Scrolling down. Paul has wrote, "Can you check Architects of Destiny?" I'm guessing that's a channel that you would like me to watch and either approve or disapprove of them, I'm guessing. Then Paul's underneath wrote, "100% accurate with your things. I have successfully accomplished with them." 100% accurate with other things I have successfully accomplished with them. I'm guessing that's Architects of Destiny. No matter what happens, I still get Shaquille coming up because it looks like I accidentally made him a friend once. Shaquille, are you here? Can you actually hear me? Do you understand English? I don't mean to sound rude. I'm asking because you keep popping up to chat, but you never ever post. So the chances are you are not someone that's interested and maybe just want to play a game. Paul, so would you mind, Paul? I'm gonna follow you back, Paul, if that's okay. If you could give me a link to whatever it was that you was referring to, Architects of Destiny, and I'll have a look for you. Collins wrote, "Where do you get all this from?" So I've been doing this for 40 years, literally every single day. Like I say, this morning I was looking into buildings. On the way back home from work, I was listening to Alex Collier. Every single day I'm researching. So it's whether it's ancient tablet translations, whether it's the Bible, whether it's science, mainstream science, which I've, they make mistakes all the time. But so by researching literally everything, ancient Greek stories and stuff, I can actually, and I have done, rewrote, for example, the Greek story. I've rewrote the Norse stories with evidence, because obviously, knowing everything, you can learn a little bit more, and I show it in my videos. So so it basically is a lot of research. Basically, there's not one simple thing that I could say, this is where I get my information from. But I do show on my videos where I get my information from. That's the difference between me and every other researcher out there, by the looks of it. They'll show their face with a still image behind, going, "Hey everybody, look, the Anunnaki are coming back." Yeah, right. Well, show me the evidence. Don't just talk about it. Show me the evidence. Where do you get that information from? They don't talk, because they're lying. Let's be honest, they're making it up so they can get clicks. I don't show my face. I show evidence. But anyway, that's the difference. So John has wrote, so are the Anunnaki real? 100% real. So if you're interested in seeing the evidence that the gods in the Bible were the Anunnaki and that they were real, all you have to do, I know it's mental to say, hang on a minute. It's mental to, sorry, my daughter's just, okay. Sorry, my daughter's just doing something. So go to my website, ourtruehistory.co.uk, scroll down on the home page to where it says click here. Watch 10 minutes of that. You'll know the Anunnaki were real. You'll know they were here. You'll know that they were the gods in the Bible. If you want to watch all 8 hours worth of the evidence, knock yourself out. But it's on my home page, and the website's in the background right there. Scroll down, click. It's on YouTube. It'll take you through to YouTube. And so you'll see that the Anunnaki were real. British Museum agrees that they were real. It's quite crafty. They pick and choose what they want to be real. So, for example, I'm writing a brand new book called Anunnaki Gods or Almighty God, and this is it's literally will be the be all and end all of no one's even come close to anything that I'm doing. So, for example, mainstream agree that Gilgamesh is real and was a king. So hold that thought. Okay, we see his stories. Yeah, he was probably real. He probably did those things. Except the bit where it says that Gilgamesh's mother was a god or goddess. Yeah, we're going to ignore that bit. So you can see when you have these tablets and everything to do with Enki and Enlil, etc., in the British Museum and other museums, you can see that they know that these were real characters, but they won't go so far as to say that they were aliens. But yet these people suddenly appeared from nowhere. There's no backstory to them here on Earth. There was a backstory on their home planet. Go read the translations called Kingship of Heaven, which you'll see Alula was king on their planet. It's there. It's not me making it up. And then he lost and fled to Earth. Now there is an Earth that. Sorry, one sec. Okay, just took a picture of the person that I need to get rid of. Sorry, yeah, I digressed. Sorry. Fred has wrote, there are ancient aliens in Ravensthorpe, Shrewsbury. I've spoke with them. When you say ancient aliens, how do you know they're... So let me just check whether you follow me before you do follow me, so I'm going to be nice. This is just how I work. If you watched any of my videos, you know that's why I'm the best at what I do. So how do you know they're ancient if you're speaking to them now? Did they tell you that we was around 200,000 years ago, 1 million years ago, 10 million years ago? I don't mean to sound rude. I'm just trying to get to because if you're telling the truth, I'd be very interested. So I need to know, how do you know they're ancient? Did they say, hi, Fred? Literally, I normally use Fred as a go-to name, and your name is Fred. So if you could let me know how you know they're ancient, that would be the first thing I would ask. Obviously, that I will probably carry on asking questions. So if you don't want to talk about it, just let me know. But I will keep digging, not because I want to make you look bad or anything at all. It's just because if you've got, access to ancient aliens that are talking to you, I want to know all about it. So it's not me being rude, it's me learning. And if if you can prove to me without sounding rude that you are in communication in some way with these ancient aliens, I would be very, very fascinated by it. Jane had actually wrote to Fred, do you have any evidence? Paul has wrote, that would be wonderful. Thank you, Paul. Yes. So I've followed you back. So if you could just send me a message privately about what you want me to do, and I'll do it. Wendy's wrote, stepdaughter and has contacted Mark Angel, Michael, and aliens and Mary Magdalene. So this person doesn't follow me, but let me try and get this in my head. So the stepdaughter has contacted Mark Angel, I'm guessing that's Archangel Michael. So the first problem there is an Archangel was a messenger. So I'm actually doing a deep dive on, which I know already, I've proved it, but I need to do a video just to point to people to say, look, this is what an angel really was. So an angel, I don't know if you're aware of this, Wendy, but an angel was a messenger. That's a fact, 100% fact. The original word for angel is messenger. And that came from the Greeks, which came from the Mesopotamian people. Guess who was in Mesopotamia? Yes, you guessed it, the Anunnaki gods. Their race name was gods. Anyone want to see the evidence their race name was gods? All you have to do is go to my website, scroll down on the home page to where it says click here. Thousands of videos, I've put it on the home page, it takes you through to YouTube, and you'll see that the Anunnaki were called gods. So an archangel, was a commander or a pilot, which you'll see in my new video, but I've done other videos where I go through it all. So when you say your stepdaughter has been contacted by an archangel, that means they would have been contacted on someone on behalf of an Anunnaki god, because that's what they were. They had messengers, and that's what the messengers were. They did exactly the same things that the angels did in the Bible. So without sounding rude, Wendy, it's not going to happen. Whatever she's told you is unfortunately just made up. Now, she may have dreamed it, fine, no problem at all, or she may believe it, no problem at all. But if she's saying that's a fact, then I would strongly disagree, because I doubt if one of the Anunnaki gods. Now, unless you can tell me what the archangel looked like, and please don't say it had wings. You do realise that there was chariots. They flew. The messengers flew what they call chariots. It's all in ancient texts. If you're interested in learning, feel free to follow. Darwin's put hi with a blue heart. Hi, Darwin. Nice of you to join. Nikki's put a little praying hands. Hi, Nikki. Nice of you to join as well. Thank you, guys. Bob has wrote, I've been on your site but haven't had a chance to look around. On the surface, I agree with what it... I'm guessing it's going to carry on with what it said. Thank you very much. That's very nice of you to say, Bob. Thank you. The one thing I don't do is I don't lie. If I've got, if I make a mistake, fine. Touch wood, no one's debunked me ever. But it might happen one day. I might make a mistake, but it's not like what all these other people are doing out there, where they're just reciting other bad researchers' crap. I can't do that. I'm not like that. But yeah, just pick one video and have a watch and see what you think. John has wrote, so was Yahweh an Anunnaki? Yes, I've done a deep dive into who Yahweh was, and if you're interested, you can get to that from my website. Just type in Yahweh at the top, and then scroll down to the one that says, because there's a few different videos, Yahweh, but look for the one that says who Yahweh really was. I made the title so simple, and watch that, and you will find it as Marduk. I mean, literally, if anyone that does any kind of research will know it's Marduk, because Marduk was the one that changed everything to monotheism, and that's in the British Museum. So we know that's what happened. But feel free to watch the long video on who Yahweh was with evidence. Tucker's wrote, is Horus and Isis an Anunnaki story? It is, in fact, it was, yes. His original, well done, his original name was Horan. And Isis was something similar to Isis, but wasn't Isis, and so on. They all of the main 5 of that story all had Sumerian names originally. So so Horus was Horan, and it wasn't a Sumerian story. Now the Egyptians do have about 6 different versions of what happened at the ending of that. For example, Horus killing his mum not getting killed, Set getting killed, Set getting banished, and so on. So there's different versions, but I like to go with the Sumerian version because chances are that's probably more correct than the Egyptian versions, which is basically Set getting banished. So yes, it is an Anunnaki story. In fact, in the Anunnaki story, Horus gets while he was trying to fight Set, he gets bit by a snake, and his mum, which was Isis, she was desperate to try and save him, so she called upon the gods. Dun dun dun. Guess who the gods were? Yes, you guessed it. And one of them, I can't remember who it was. I don't know whether they even said who it was. Forgive me, I can't remember. It was either Marduk or Ningazida. It was either one of them. They took the poison out of his body, and Horus then was well enough to go back and fight and beat Set. So there's a longer version in the Sumerian stories than there is in the Egyptian stories. Goes into a lot more details about Horus's father, should we say, for want of a better word, which was Osiris. Was it Osiris? My brain's going. I'm a bit tired today. Sorry. I think it was Osiris. Yeah. Scrolling down, DJ has wrote, the flat Earth has less than 6,000 is less than 6,000 years old. Brilliant. No worries at all. Just tell me how a tree in Scotland is older than that. If you could do that, that would be pretty impressive. Whoopsie. Please don't follow me. Oh, you follow me. I like smart people. Oh, why did you do this? Yeah, there's also a tree in California called the bristlenose pine tree. And it's a 5 to 6,000 year old tree called Melucifer. And underneath that tree, you're going to hate this, DJ. You're going to hate this. You follow me, you know I'll be able to tear that to pieces. You know it. Underneath that tree, they did some tests to see whether or not there's older, trees that's decomposed and turning into oil, etc. And yes, there is. So in other words, there would have been a tree underneath that 5,000 to 6,000 year old tree that would have probably been alive for another 3,000 or 4,000 years. So that unfortunately blows. Thank you, Gary. That blows the 6,000 years out of the water, unfortunately, just by trees. There's a few trees quite old, and of course there's probably older trees that we don't actually cut and probably even know about. For example, in the rainforest, we may not even comprehend how old some of these trees are. Wendy's wrote, hey, what are your views on Dolores Cannon as well, please? She said she has spoken to aliens from the Galactic Council. Okay, so I know about Dolores. I used to read her books. So when it comes to, you're going to hate me for this, but when it comes to spirits and hypno-regression stuff, amazing. Couldn't fault her, and I'm pretty good at faulting people. Amazing. When it comes to anything to do with aliens, ignore. Absolutely ignore. And the reason for that is because, for example, she calls heaven, a place where you go after you die, which is not actually correct. We have what they call lower and higher frequencies. Heaven has been proven to be space. That's a fact. Go watch my videos. You'll see that heaven was space. So that's why in the Bible and in the Sumerian texts, etc., it says things like, in heaven we can see the sun, the stars, and the moon. Which means we can see heaven, everybody. Yay! Of course we can't. So yeah, I mean, she also did unfortunately said, and I've got it on video, and I've used it as a debunking thing, only because I don't like people coming to me telling me that I'm wrong when other people make up crap. She said that humans were formed at the same time as the Big Bang. Yeah. She goes on from that as well, which it just goes down into a total car wreck. So yeah, ignore her on when she comes to aliens and the council and anything else, anything alien, ignore, because she's basically got a lot of that type of info, very similar to Billy Carson's style, where they're all, just basically copying each other and they're all wrong. So yes, amazing on spirits. Aliens, ignore. That's just my opinion, and you might like her and want to listen to her, but yeah. Wendy's wrote, she has said that Susan has been contacted by Archangel Michael and Mary Magdalene. Yeah, she can say what she wants. I could say that Gal Gadot, had dinner with me yesterday, but it doesn't mean she did. She bloody stood me up. What was wrong with me? So yeah, unfortunately, I personally don't believe that, and I'm only cutting to the chase. It's not, I'd like to humour you and humour her, but knowing what I know, there is no way that there's probably a 0.00000 chance, 1% chance. Now, the only reason why they would contact her would be for an Anunnaki's reason, not for an almighty being, because there is no almighty being. It was the Anunnaki that were the gods in the Bible. Again, proven. If you're interested in the evidence that the Anunnaki were the gods in the Bible, with evidence, go to my website. It's on YouTube with evidence. It's 8 hours worth of evidence. You only need 10 minutes. Go to my website, scroll down on the home page to where it says click here in blue letters. So the only reason why your stepdaughter would really have an archangel, or which was a messenger from the Anunnaki, go to her, is if she's got something that they need. Because let's be honest, they're more advanced than us, probably smarter than us. So I can't see any benefit, unless you can tell me, the Anunnaki, it was the Anunnaki, yes, and an archangel, which was, flew down in what they called a chariot back then. I can't see it really, personally. Kempy's wrote, when you say crop circles were real, do they not come about now? It's a fair question. Someone asked me that the other day. So the reason why I put were real is because people, as soon as I say crop circles are real, they'll say no, Doug and Dave created them back in the late 70s, early 80s. So I put were because it means that before Doug and Dave, crop circles were real, and we've got evidence of a crop circle from over 400 years ago. So Doug and Dave weren't always doing crop circles, and if you dig deep enough, you'll see that it looks like they were paid by the MI5 to deliberately fake crop circles to stop people talking about crop circles anymore. But yeah, there's a total difference between flattened crop circles and a genuine crop circle. So if you're interested, let me know and I'll waffle on. Tuckers wrote, did the Anunnaki speak all languages of civilizations around when they ruled? It's a very good question, worded well. So go to number 1 in the class for that. I like that. So the Anunnaki, from my research, their language would be Sumerian, which we don't have no more. It's what we call a dead language. Now there was a thing called a sky tower. You'll know it as a Tower of Babel. So the Moorhens, who translated tablets from they're now in Columbia University, talks about the Marduk trying to build what's called a sky tower, and Enlil found out, or Ninurta found out, broke the tower down, and then sometime later, and I mean, I'm talking thousands of years later, Marduk tries to rebuild it, and this time Enlil found out and totally destroyed it. This time, I mean, completely destroyed it, which is why we don't really have it now. There are some historical researchers that say they found the base of it, and they give the dimensions, and they show bricks at the bottom and so on. And it's in Babylon, which would be where Marduk would have been building it, believe it or not, because Marduk was the god of Babylon. That's why, if you're religious, you ain't going to want to hear this part. You ever get the idea, wonder why God was called God of Israel? Because there was other gods. There was loads of other gods. Anyway, so after Enlil broke up that second sky tower, that's when, according to the translations, not the Bible, according to the translations by the Moorhens, that's when Enlil separated these people and gave them different languages so that humans couldn't all help. That amount of humans couldn't all go and help, for example, Marduk, because they wouldn't understand what Marduk's talking about, or that lot talk about, because of each language. So I've pondered on how the hell did Enlil come up with the idea of, not the idea, but the ideas of, or how to do languages. Now, obviously, we've got many languages here, so we could say, I know what, we'll change the language here. So it's totally possible that on their home planet they had many different languages, and we may now, not necessarily English, but certain languages back in the old times may have actually just been derivatives or other languages that may have already been on their home planet. So there's me thinking, he created, 15, 16 different languages back then for different areas. They may have had 15, 16 different languages on their home planet, in which case all he done was got people to learn those languages. So yes, they were around. They were the ones that created the different languages, and that was the reason. Wendy's wrote, "I'll definitely check your website out. Thank you. You're more than welcome. Thank you, Wendy. I don't mean to sound rude. I do get to the point quite quickly, and it upsets people because obviously they think that I'm being rude. But if you watch one of my videos, just watch one of the documentaries, I dig so deep that, where people will say anything, like Wes Huff or any Billy Castle, anyone, I will pick up on where they're talking about, and I will want to see the evidence. And unfortunately, not other than myself on TikTok, anyone talking about Anunnaki makes up stuff. So that's why I cut to the chase. So it's not me being rude. I apologise if it does come across like that. Daz EFX has wrote, is Yahweh Jesus? No, Yahweh would have been Marduk, who would have been called Bel Marduk originally around 3000 BC, and then Bel was. Go watch my documentary on who Yahweh was, and you'll see. So Yahweh would have been Jesus' father. So Marduk, go watch my documentary called Who Jesus' Father Was, and you'll see that it would have been Marduk. Long documentary, and it shows that Marduk had already done it before. Created another new character before in order to do similar to what he did with Jesus, which didn't quite work with Jesus. Now there is a possibility that Jesus may have had an elongated skull. Now you could say, but no one's mentioned that. But no one mentioned Akhenaten having an elongated skull. If it wasn't for the carvings, we wouldn't have known. Other than the fact that Tutankhamun and his great-grandparents, etc., that were in the British Museum all have elongated skulls. But if we had the body of Jesus, there is a possibility, from my research, if you watch my documentary on who Jesus' real father is, that Jesus had an elongated skull because he was a hybrid. Jacobs wrote, do Anunnaki have gods? Fair question. Go number 3 in the class for that. So the Anunnaki mentioned what they called the creator of everything. They did actually name the creator of everything. No other researcher whatsoever had even caught on that they actually said the name of the creator of everything. I worked it out. I know it's me sounding bigger. It's not. I'm just telling you, go watch the thing. And then, so they do name the creator of everything. I do show what the name was. Now, the question is, you could say, well, there you go. There was a god, even though Anunnaki were called gods. there's an almighty being. The problem we've got is they admit that it's an unseen creator of everything. They admit that. They say the unseen creator of everything. So they've not seen it. The other problem we've got is there's 4,000 religions right now. If you asked any one of those, is their God real? They'll say yes. So we've got 4,000 different religions where people seem to think, even though they're all wrong, there's only technically one correct religion, and that would be the realism religion, which is basically the Anunnaki religion. So is it not possible that the Anunnaki looked up one day and thought, how the hell did this universe get started? I don't know. Could have been an almighty being. Wow, you're right. And just done that. So we don't know for sure because they've never seen it either. So they talked about a creator of everything, but again, just like 4,000 religions right now, they all believe in whatever they believe in, and virtually none of them's correct. So scrolling down, H has wrote, in the Bible, when God speaks, is it one of the Anunnaki or multiple? Very good question. Very, very good question. See if you follow me. I like that. Very good question. Well done. Go number one in the class for that. I like that. So it depends on who it is that's talking at that moment in time. So Elohim is a group, plural. However, there is one God as well. So, for example, if the God that we say that the prayer to, our Father who art in heaven, give us our daily bread, that was Enki. So Enki, we know that because he was the one that told us in the tablets, go look up Enki and Nimna tablets, translations, Enki and Nimna, and you'll see he was the main guy. He was the fashioner. Funny enough, in my new book, just today, lunchtime, turns out, because I'm rewriting the Bible, literally rewriting it, there's a passage in the Bible where it talks about the creation of... I'm spoiling that anyway. You wait till you see this book. It's rewriting history, literally. But in the Bible, you could have had a word fashioner, but they didn't. They went with a different word. So because I'm rewriting the Bible, I'm picking the words that matched the Anunnaki as opposed to picking the words that match what their agenda is, which is control over humans, e.g. the elites. That's why they picked that word. So anyway, the fashioner is actually mentioned probably 30 times in the tablet translations of Enki and Nimna, where Marduk creates us. And so Marduk, the first 6 humans that he created, they all came out disabled. One broken hand, one couldn't urinate, da-da-da-da-da. But he says he gives them their daily bread. This is before the Bible. This is way before, thousands of years before the Bible. So we're talking about someone that's given daily bread. I would never have said give daily bread. I would have said, have a packet of biscuits or something. But, or cake or something nice, but a daily bread. So clearly, and of course, Enki was the Great Lord as well. So that's why you have the Great Lord. So it depends when... what the context is and what period. Now the Bible gets a lot of things mixed up. As you may know, if you've watched my video called Alien Bible, you'll see that the Genesis is actually referring to 3 different time periods, but people seem to have mixed it all completely up. So it depends on the time period that you're referring to. So if it is Jesus period, then chances are it's just one God, which would be Marduk. If you're referring to going back to the Genesis, for example, Genesis 1:26, where it says create in their image, guess what? It doesn't actually say create. You can have it as fashioned in their image, which, funny enough, and so this is what I'm saying. You can actually rewrite the Bible. It's very easy to match the Anunnaki stories, and therefore you've got some backup. Whereas now you haven't got anything to back it up with. If you can back it up with the Anunnaki stories, and then with that using modern science such as fused chromosomes and the fact that the Anunnaki put us to work in South Africa, and so on and so on, then literally, I'm rewriting the Bible, which shows that the Anunnaki were the gods in the Bible. I've already done that, but I'm actually changing the words, which I'm not changing anything. You can actually have different words. So, going back to your question, thank you for the hearts. So, going back to your point about in the Bible, when God speaks, is it one Anunnaki or multiple? It literally depends on who it was and what they're doing. So, if it's using Elohim, sometimes it could mean the group of the greater gods, for example. So it just depends, really. If it was a particular passage, I'll know, because I know where that would be in time frame and who would be saying it. But if you don't know, then I can see why you would ask that question. So, brilliant question. John has wrote, are there emerald tablets, as I've seen a guy who said he's deciphered them? Okay, so ignore that person who straight away. So the emerald tablets have gone missing. So the chances that this person's deciphered the emerald tablets is slim to none. We do have translations. We have, I think, about 4 different translations of the emerald tablets, dating back to at least 1,200 years ago. Again, I doubt if your guy has been around that time. So the best your guy could do is read the translations and try and work out something from that. Which I've read the translations so many times. And each time I go back and read the translations, because I've learnt more in between, I learn a bit more and understand a bit more about the Emerald Tablets translations. And I do this every single day. So for me to learn, if this guy, as you say, he's described them, he wouldn't have been able to see what the Emerald Tablets look like. Now, there are different stories of what the Emerald Tablets look like. Some say there was 13 tablets. Some say there was one massive tablet. So, yeah, I wouldn't listen to whoever that guy is, personally. H has wrote, e.g., I heard it's Enki Enlil in union, the loving god Enki and the angry god Enlil. Yes, so, for example, when you come to the Great Flood, Enlil was the one, technically Enlil and Anu, but we'll go with Enlil. Enlil was the god at that time. He was also the main god as well. So he allowed the flood to happen. Enki obviously didn't want his son Noah, watch my documentary on the Great Flood, free of charge, hour long. His son Noah dying, and he didn't want his favourite creation. That's one of the translations, favourite creation. Hang on, how many more creations did you do? Cyclops, maybe, Centaur, Harpy. Yeah, you get the idea. Minotaur. Yep. So he was messing around, and we've got all of those creatures from Greek. Actually, guess what? Guess where they first come from? Guess. Mesopotamia. Guess who was in Mesopotamia? Enki and his lot. Yes. So, so it depends on, again, it depends on who's saying what. But yes, Enki was the good one and there was the bad one. There's some really stupid, I'm not even going to call them researchers, stupid people out there that say Enki was the bad one. I mean, just enough, guys. Whoever's saying that rubbish, just stop. Move away from the Anunnaki. Leave that to people that actually bother doing the research. Den Star has wrote, do you believe the wildfires have something to do with the planet X being close to us? No. Interesting question though. No. I mean, we're looking at another, anywhere. I know I keep giving different dates, but it's anywhere between sort of 300 to 900 years. My guess is sort of, 500-600 years from now before we get to start seeing it. So, no, I don't think the fires are anything to do with it. Now, I would probably look closer to home and maybe look up directed energy if you feel that it was an accident or wasn't an accident. Zoe's wrote, Anunnaki are not our gods. They destroyed what? Zoe, let me see. Religions are distractions. Okay, let me just see if you follow me. I'd be interested to see. I hope you don't. No, you don't. Thank God for that. Thank you, God. You're welcome. I identify as a god. Zoe's wrote, Anunnaki are not our gods. Would you like to see the evidence of that, Zoe, that you're wrong? You won't. No one does. No one does. You guys are smart. You can go and see the evidence if you want. It's on my website. Scroll down on the homepage. Click where it says click here, and that'll take you through to YouTube. You can save it and watch it on YouTube anytime you want. Zoe will not. I can guarantee you Zoe will never go and watch that documentary, because Zoe wants it in her head, they head, that they want to feel like they're right, and they won't look at the evidence, which is a shame, because it's there. And when you say that they destroyed, and then you wrote religions are distractions, I'm guessing you're saying that which is kind of weird, because if you're religious, then you could go with Catholic, you could go with any religion and say yes, that belongs to a god. So I don't know where you're coming with that. Mel Beard wrote back to Zoe, he has proof, dude. Oh, so maybe I was wrong on the male, female, them, they, it, whatever. Lil has wrote, has your channel been shadow banned? Timestamped 7:55. Thank you for the time. So I am slightly behind. I do read every single message out. I believe it has. Oh yeah. I mean, I used to get 400 people listening at any one point, and my videos used to get thousands, tens of thousands, millions, in fact, on some of them. Now I'm lucky if I get 200. YouTube has blocked me as well, to a degree, because they're owned by Google. And if you search on Google, if you copy one of my titles in my videos and paste it in Google, it doesn't come up. You do it with Billy Carson, and his video comes up first. So yes, I am sadly probably being listened to right now by some people that don't like me. Dean has wrote, strange we know nothing about Göbekli Tepe and Karahan Tepe, 12,000 BC. Watch my amazing documentary on Göbekli Tepe. You'll find that I'm probably correct on what I say it was, with pretty much evidence as well. So if you're interested in knowing what it is, let me know, and I'll explain it here for you. Scrolling down. Dina's wrote, it'd been filled with concrete. I don't think it was concrete. I think you'll find it was mud, sand, silt. Gid has wrote, you should debate SM1. I don't know who SM1 is. Do they talk about the same thing? So the thing is, technically people say to me, you should debate Billy Carson, because you'd destroy him, which I've done over and over on many of my videos. The problem is, thank you, Stacey. The problem is, Billy's technically on the same side as me. We both agree that aliens came here. His finer details lack terribly, but we're on the same team. So a debate really would be me saying to him, did the Anunnaki come here? Yes. Okay. And then as soon as he starts into the finer details, I'll be going, yeah, sorry, that's not quite correct. Sorry, this is... and just going through it. So it's not really a debate, it's just me pointing out where he keeps getting his information wrong. Whereas Wes Huff, for example, a religious person, so I don't know who this SM1 is, but if they're a religious person, my God, I'd love to debate them. Especially as I'm rewriting the Bible at the moment, every day. Pretty much most days, lunchtimes, I'm going through the Bible and rewriting it, which actually matches the Anunnaki story. Because you can have different words. I don't know if you're religious, you probably don't know this, but you can actually have different words for... so, for example, clay in Sumerian actually can mean organic material. So when they created us out of clay, it can actually translate in Sumerian. This is why I say I'm the best, because I won't settle for what I'm being told. I will look at every permutation that I can possibly do. And so you could have created us out of organic material. So yes, so I don't know who SM1 is. They probably wouldn't want to debate me. I don't mean to sound rude, but if you watch my videos where I debunk everyone else, I wouldn't want to debate me, to be honest. I know it sounds so big-headed, doesn't it? Elisa's wrote, been reading that Marduk took a back step and Naboo may have taken over. What's your thoughts? Where have you read that? I would very, very much like to know that. So if you look at the story of Marduk, for 440 odd thousand years, give or take, he wanted to have power. You know, and as the time grew over those 440 odd thousand years, he wanted more and more power. I mean, he was given Babylon and stuff like that, as you know, Egypt, but he wanted the full reign. And so for him to finally get it 3000 BC, give or take, and then give it over to Naboo, whoever said that needs a good dry slap. I don't know where you got that from, but that's ridiculous from my understanding of who Marduk was. So yeah, if you let me know who said that, we can look at his video or whatever he's got. And AEF has wrote, I agree with every point. Oh, thank you. And then wrote underneath, I think it's obvious. You'd think so, but tell that to the people that think totally different to us. Jane's at 8 p.m. Thank you, Jane, for the time check. So I'm going to be a little bit quicker now if I can. This is live. Thank you, whoever's doing the hearts. You don't have to. I do this because I enjoy it. If just one person listens, that's great, or asks questions, that's even better. Cotsworth wrote, did the last part of the previous live get put online? I didn't want to repeat a question, maybe answered. I didn't. So what happens is, where I start a live and say I'm only going to be 5 minutes, what happens is I end up being 6 hours, sometimes 5-6 hours on these lives. And then when you try and download them, it says processing for Christ knows how long, hours and hours and hours. And then finally it says click to download, and it will go 1%, 2%, 3%, not that fast, it's a lot slower. And then it will just stop. And then you try it again, you try on a different phone, and in the end you just give up. So it seems that if you're doing very, very long lives like that, it's not able to, it cocks up somehow. So unfortunately I haven't. That's why I started this live. Actually did say that this one's going to be a short one so that I can actually put it on. So you can ask your question again. I'm so sorry. I feel bad, but that's the way TikTok works. Raz has wrote, hi host and everyone, was Enki king of the Palladians? No. No. I don't know where you got that from. No. I don't know where you got that from. Whoever said that, click the block button on them, please, for the love of God, please. Dean has wrote, the excavation team confirmed the presence of olive trees, stating they were there from the outset. So and then you wrote, and stressed they are working with the culture and tourism ministry. The excavation team confirmed. I don't. You might be talking to Jane, because it says above you, it says at Jane. Sorry, I don't know. I'm scrolling back trying to figure out where. Oh, Göbekli Tepe. Okay, sorry, I was trying to work out where we're at with that. So I'm guessing it's Göbekli Tepe. The excavation team confirmed the presence of olive trees, stating they were there from the outset. Are you saying inside the actual structures in Göbekli Tepe, or are you saying outside the structures? Because you do realise that so Göbekli Tepe is 12,000 give or take years old. You do realise what it takes is a couple of seeds to get in there, and bang. I mean, if you look what will happen to your house in 1,000 years, probably non-existent really. You'd be trees and everything. So you just have to remember that, just because a tree may be there now, they cannot say that there was a tree exactly there at that point. It could have been after. So I'm just saying it could have been literally after the or the seeds could have been taken by the flood that happened, which is why Göbekli Tepe etc. was covered over. the Great Flood. So I'm just saying, I'd like to see, you know, a lot more details on that. That's how my brain works. So forgive me. I'm not knocking you or anything. I'm just saying I'd like to see the evidence of that. Deans wrote to relocate them without disturbing the ongoing work or damaging the trees. So I'm guessing that's around the area, maybe. Again, you know, the seeds could have been brought there. If you're saying that, I forgive me again. I don't know if this is what you're talking about, but if you're saying that olive trees have lasted 12,000 years from the time of the thing, I would probably doubt that. Again, nothing personal to you. Apple's wrote, when you say you worked it out, you mean in my opinion. Go watch with evidence. If you want to see any of my videos, please watch them. And if you cannot debunk them and no one can debunk them and they have evidence, then would you not agree that I've worked it out as opposed to in my opinion? See, my opinion is something, whereas if I say I've got evidence and I show the evidence, then is that any my opinion anymore? Do you see what I mean? What stops it becoming an opinion when I show evidence? What's the difference? One is showing evidence, therefore it's not my opinion anymore, therefore it's technically fact, as opposed to my opinion. My opinion would be something that I would assume is correct, whereas obviously if I'm showing evidence. So when you say you worked it out, then you wrote, you mean in my opinion. No, I don't. I've just pointed out the logic to you that there's a difference between working something out. So if you worked out that your wife came home every day at 4 o'clock, and you know for once you actually bothered looking at the clock instead of playing on the computer, you know, and hiding your browser history. Yes, we know what you're up to. And then you worked out that she comes home. Hang on a minute, she comes home at 4 o'clock every day. There you go. You can't say that's my opinion that she comes home at 4 o'clock every day because you've worked it out. You see see the point? I don't have to educate you, do I? Dean has wrote, can keep copying and posting. I don't know what that's referring to. Sorry, I'm a bit confused on that. I think you are talking to Jane. So I think that was probably what that was referring to. Thank you, Everton in the Hearts. Earth Star has wrote, hey, just tagged you in at someone alive and kicking. Post, what do you make of what he says? Palladians are anarchy. So he's blocked me, and I can tell you that because one of my followers, I can't remember who it was, has sent me a link saying watch this, and I went to try and watch it, and I said I can't see it. I said, who is it? Because it doesn't even show me the name when you blocked. It didn't even show me who it was. And I said, could you give me the @ name? And he wrote back, my follower wrote back, @alive and kicking. So I've actually got that on my reminders tonight, which I should have done, but I ended up doing this video. And it says, TikTok, alive and kicking. I tagged you again. I just copied and pasted what that person said. So I then wrote back saying what was on the video, so I could make sure I watched the correct video when I don't log in on TikTok. But you know, so in other words, I can get to see this person's comments. The reason why this person's blocked me is because I've already debunked them on one video, or if not more. I remember the name, and I remember moving the camera over, saying his misinformation video from someone live and kicking, and so so I've already debunked them. But anyway, this person that follows me wrote back saying they're scared of you. So let's have a look. He just tagged you, so we'll try and get to watch that. Palladians are anarchy, absolutely freaking ridiculous. Block them, ignore them. This is the most stupidest thing you've ever heard. There is zero evidence of that whatsoever. Otherwise, the Anunnaki would have been able to come from another planet when they said that the furthest they ever went here in our solar system is to the asteroid belt. So there are planets in our solar system, we know that. They tell us that. So in order for them to be anything to do with Palladians, it means they would have been able to traverse the vastness of space, which they hadn't done because the furthest they had gone is our asteroid belt. So whoever said that, I will now keep them while I don't log in and go through loads of their videos until eventually they stop making stupid crap up. I get very annoyed with people making up crap, and they've obviously blocked me, but I'll just keep. I'll log in or not log in, but I'll see them on without logging in, and then film the screen. Raz has wrote the deaf vision, Enki's dream. Is this where the idea of two Earths came to live? Is this where the idea? Thank you, whoever's doing the hearts. You don't have to. Is this where the idea of Earth 2 comes to live? Not quite sure what you're referring to there. If you could, it's probably me. I'm tired today. If you could let me know what you mean by that. I'm guessing you're on about the Great Flood vision, but I thought that was, Enki, Enlil that had that. So if you wouldn't mind, let me know. Kel's wrote "When God." I don't know what "When God" is. Avatar's wrote Enki, aka Art. Wendy's wrote, do you believe that near-death experiences are real? I think even 1% are real. Then the other side is real. God of everything is real. Jesus is real. No, see, unfortunately, you what you've done, in my opinion, don't hate me for this, is you've mixed up the two things. So yes, the Anunnaki talked about spirits, but that's it. They're not connected with the Anunnaki. They're nothing to do with gods whatsoever. So unfortunately, in the Bible, that's let's be honest, that's where you're getting the mixture between spirits and the Bible and God, is because of the Bible. You get rid of that Bible, you would never have said, Jesus would be real if near-death experience is real. You wouldn't have said that. It's the Bible. It's muddied the water, and unfortunately, that's where people get a lot of things wrong. So, near-death experiences is real. There's evidence of the easiest way to say it is, for example, University of Virginia have done research on it, proper research on near-death experiences as well as reincarnation, and they have undebunked evidence from the people that's passed over and so on or whatever and came back. But the other thing that you can say is there's times where people die and then they come back to life and now they can speak a different language, and that's because a different orb had joined with the pineal gland. Nothing to do with God whatsoever. And in fact, you'll see on the other side, when you die, you'll go, oh my God, our true history was correct. You'll see loved ones, you'll see a light energy being, you'll see an orb. You won't see God. You won't. And don't say, oh, I saw Jesus. You won't, because your image of what Jesus looks like is based off of images off TV and stuff like that, with a guy with long hair and stuff. We actually have pictures of Jesus dating back over 1,000 years ago, and he was wearing a Roman uniform and had short hair and no beard. So which version do you want? You could have quite easily shaved it. So you're going by an impression that you believe is him. And of course, people will say, oh, well, the Turin Shroud, go watch my video on the Turin Shroud video, and you'll see that's not quite what people seem to think it is. So from my opinion, and again, I'm not being rude, spirits and an almighty being is absolutely categorically nothing to do with each other, because there is no almighty being, and the Anunnaki were the gods in the Bible. So when you say if just 1% is real, which I do believe myself, that near-death experiences are real, it doesn't mean that the God of everything is real, which you said it does. Doesn't. Absolutely nothing to do with it whatsoever, in my opinion. Keller's wrote, are the Anunnaki fallen angels? No, the Ajiji were the fallen angels, even though it's a name we should never have gave it to them, because they were never angels. They weren't messengers. The Ajiji already had a name. They were called Ajiji, and guess what Ajiji translates into? Watchers, or eye in the sky. So no, technically the Ajiji were the sons of God. They were not a lesser race. Anyone that says they're a lesser race, give them a slap. You get so annoyed with people. It's freaking ridiculous. It even says it in the same thing that they read, that they try and pretend they know what they're talking about. They actually say, oh, you know, these are a different race or whatever. And in the same tablet that they're referring to about the Ajiji, you know, complaining about the workload, in the same tablet it even says that they were the sons of the Anunnaki. It's just they don't freaking read, because they all follow one other person. And if one person gets it wrong, they all follow it because they don't know what they're doing. They don't know how to research. So no, the Anunnaki, which were the older gods, were not fallen angels. The Ajiji are the ones that we know as the fallen angels. Scrolling down, Frank has wrote Earth so flat. Yes, you're right. And do you know what, Frank? The other day when I was talking to, there was so many people. I said to I don't know. I put up a post and I said, look, all those that's been sailing and bumped into the edge, let me know. And I had millions of people, all from different walks of life, China and everything, saying that while they were out, you know, behind Australia and Scotland, they keep bumping into this massive ice wall. And I said, brilliant, guys, well done. Do me a favour, show me a picture of it. And then they sent me a picture, and I said, but this geotag shows Antarctica. Yeah, we didn't actually go anywhere near the back of Australia or anything, because we would have just kept going and wasted fuel and ended up back round again. So yes, so unfortunately there's zero people that's ever come to the edge of a flat earth ever, and don't say they've been warned off, because there's zero people that's ever been warned off. So yeah, I don't know, some people are so funny. Martin Diaz wrote, I've been doing circles over the rhesus negative bloodline, couldn't find your video. It's due out, I don't know when it's due out, in 20 days time, I think. So I have videos coming out every week, so it's due out. So if you go into my website, type in RH, or scroll down to the one that says Anunnaki, RH blood, I think it says RH blood, Anunnaki, or ... That's the one. So, but it's got a countdown on it. It's on a Patreon page, which is only a couple of £. You spend more on a bottle of Coke. There's over 200 odd videos on there, long documentaries, and some of them, like Islam Solved, is on there. And the reason why I put Islam Solved on there is, if you know anything about what type of people they are, you'll know that putting Islam Solved, it's not. You can guess it's not what they want it to be. Putting that on my on a YouTube or something would cause a lot of problems, because they won't believe, obviously, what I've shown, because they don't want to believe. So yes, so I have a Patreon page. So it is on that Patreon page, the RH negative. But again, I lose money. I take 8 days off a month, a week, to do these videos. So I'm not doing this for money. I lose money doing these videos. I really do. So yes, coming out. But I will let everyone know when it's released, so that people can see it if they want to. The foil hat theory files. Right, evening back to you, sir, or ma'am, or madam, or whatever you would like to be. I associate as a god. Apple has wrote, as above, so below. What do you reckon they mean? So I've actually solved that, if you're interested, with evidence. The video's called Firmament Solved. You can get to the thousands of videos on my website. And basically, as above, so below is to do with the asteroid belt, which they locked into place, or they called it the vault, which you'll know in the Bible if you know anything about the firmament. And so basically it was a vault, locking of one heaven to another. And so that's why we have heavens in the Bible. Even though space, you'll say, well, hang on a minute, if you proved that the word, which I have, the word heaven is space, how can you have heavens? And that's because the asteroid belt separates one heaven from another. So if you read the Anunnaki translations, not only do they call the locking the vault the firmament, the original word or the word that they use for the actual asteroid belt is called hammer bracelet, but the locking between, the locking of one, the locking of one heaven to another, us 3 planets inside, for example, and the ones outside, that's to do with heavens. So when they say that they're going to heaven, it's probably, depending where they are. If they're here, then they're just going up into space, up to maybe Mars. If they're going to heavens, then they'll be crossing the asteroid belt going to Nibiru, which I show all with evidence. It really is with evidence. It's their word, and I even back it up with that's just above so below, so it's basically to do with that. And also I show that there's water above and below the asteroid belt, which is backed up by mainstream, told by the Anunnaki, and shown by me. So you can see all of that there if you're interested. Dean has wrote efforts at the ancient site of Göbekli Tepe, known as the world's oldest temple. Yeah, and it shouldn't be called a temple. It's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. People have no idea about what they're talking about. So if you watch my documentary on Göbekli Tepe, you'll see that it was a silo, and you'll see that there's many more silos there, and actually, according to mainstream, had lids on them that got broke off when the Great Flood come over and brought sand, silt. It was a deluge, basically. It was a tsunami. I can show all the evidence of that if you're interested. And it brought sand, silt and dirt, etc. from the ocean and covered over Göbekli Tepe and broke the lids off and whatnot. And so if you look at the video that I've done, I actually show that the Anunnaki had silos where they would store animals and grain, etc. And that was in Göbekli Tepe, which would have been Turkey. So it would have been far enough away from their normal humans that they would have had around Mesopotamia at that period in time to stop humans from ransacking it and running off with their bits. It's all there. Dean has wrote, now must focus on the conservation rather expanding excavation. Well, they did say that they'd stopped excavation. However, in a new article 2 weeks ago, I think it was, they said no, that's a misnomer. We are actually still excavating. So take that as you will. Chances are they're probably excavating, but they will not show us what they find. Raz has wrote, did Enlil accept the gift of death versus living on Nibiru? It's a very good question. So in other words, did Enlil go back to his home planet to die? Cannot say. There's nothing that I've ever read that says he did. Chances are he didn't. We've actually got a carving of him old. You're going to say, no. We have actually got a carving. Not many people know it. No one knows it. I know it. And I actually show. So basically, the Anunnaki kept their poses. So Enki has the same pose. Inanna has the same pose. Enlil has the same pose. And so on and so on and so on. And when I was doing my video called Who Yahweh Really Was, turns out El would have been Enlil. So Yahweh was Marduk, El was Enlil. Go watch my amazing documentary with evidence. And there's a carving of El as an old man in a chair. And it's the same carving as Enlil would have been when he was younger, in a chair. And I was like, aha! Wow, that makes so much sense, because obviously there's no way El as an almighty being would have, let's be honest, got old. There's no way. Would there? Unless he was Enlil. So yes, amazing research. Go watch my videos, you'll be blown away. But it's a good question. So the answer is a good question. Got number 3 in the class, but I don't know the answer. Logic says to me that there's no point in him going back there. He was he was the son of the king, but Ninurta would have been next in line because Enlil would have been too old. So I think Ninurta went back there. Personally, I do. That would make sense. But Enlil, I don't think so. Dinas wrote, at the 12,000-year-old dig site in southern Turkey, they will not excavate anymore. Why not? No, they will. Unless you heard something in the last 2 weeks that says different again, they will excavate. So you just have to keep your ear to the ground, like I do, and you'll see that that's not actually the case. You can look it up if you're interested, and you'll see an article where they're saying, no, we are definitely still excavating. Dean has wrote, I only said we know nothing about Göbekli Tepe. What would we find there? So watch my documentary on Göbekli Tepe. As I said, it's a silo. They're all silos. That's they kept stored grain and all sorts of stuff in there. I'm the only one that worked it out. I know it sounds big-headed, but I'm just telling you so that it's better to listen to me than it is to follow other people that make up stuff. Shabazz has wrote, wasn't an accident. I'm sorry. I'm not sure what that was referring to. Avatar has wrote, greetings, God. That's because I identify as a god. It's wonderful to see you. Missed you the last few days. May you be well rested now. No, I'm not actually. That's the reason why I've not been doing these lives. So sorry, Avatar. Yeah, I've been busy doing bits and pieces. And we're shooting again, not this Saturday, but starting again the following Saturday's filming. So I'm trying to get everything organised as well for that. So it's busy. Death has put a skull, and then Avatar has wrote to Death, do you have a question? I can't help but say, Death, do you fear death? Can't help it. Dean has wrote, Anunnaki were mentioned about 5,000 to 7,000 years ago. What was going on 7,000 years before at Göbekli Tepe? Oh no, the Anunnaki's been here for 444,000 years. So yeah, again, watch my 8-hour documentary. You only need 10 minutes, but it's on the home page, that one, which proves the Anunnaki were the gods in the Bible. Anyone wants to see the evidence? Anyone want to say, oh, finally, it makes so much sense? Anyone want to see the evidence that the gods? It's on YouTube. But you can get to it easier from me just saying our true history and then scrolling down on the homepage to where it says click here. Otherwise, I'd have to tell you the title of whatever it is on YouTube, and I can't remember what the title is. Something I can't remember. So yeah, so it's easier. But if you're interested to see the evidence, the gods were in the Bible, Anunnaki, and they were the gods, and they were definitely here, and they did all the things that the usual god suspect would have done, created us humans, or allowed the flood, and so on and so on. It's all there. It's a great video. Thank you, History and Coins has just pinned up the website address. LME has wrote, what do you think of Etus Mullin's book, Canaan's Course? I've not read that. If they're referring to the line of Canaanites that was or Cain's family offsprings that survived the flood, then yes, very good. They've done some good research. If they're on about something different, I don't know what they're referring to. So I don't know. Sorry, I've not read that. I try not to read too many or look at other people's research, because if you've watched the amount of debunking videos I do, literally everyone's got it wrong. So it's easier that I just do my own research, so I don't look at other people's stuff, really, unless people tell me to go and look at it, which then I end up doing and debunking them anyway. So thank you for the hearts. Kim, scrolling down, people chatting to each other. John has wrote, so is Graham Hancock right? There's a few things I disagree with Graham Hancock, especially over the Great Pyramid, or the Pyramids of Giza. In fact, I did a whole video where I totally made his comments look stupid. I know, not me being big, I'm just saying it. What he come out with was a load of crap. Talking about the Orion and stuff like that, which he's saying, oh, the shafts go up to Orion. They don't, they bend. Did you know they bend? Those shafts, the King's shaft and Queen's shaft, bend. They don't go off to Orion. And the thing is, people like Graham, who assumed they do, said, oh, they put cannonballs down there in the olden days, rolled them down. No, they didn't. They freaking turned. National Geographic did a video. If National Geographic had to go inside the pyramid, it was broadcast live, apparently, back in the day, 20 years ago, or whatever it was, 15 years ago, something like that. And they had to have this team with this robot with wheels that managed to go through this very small passageway. If the shaft exited towards Orion, which it doesn't, it goes actually up to the apex of the pyramid. But let's pretend that Graham Hancock's right. Then all they would have had to have done was had a skateboard and a GoPro attached to it and rolled it down that way and saw what was down there. In fact, there would be no point in putting a camera down there, because if it's just an empty shaft that's going all the way down to the King's Chamber, why even put a camera in there if you know it's just literally... So it doesn't. So Graham Hancock's wrong on a few things. Some things, I've read his book, Fingerprints of God. I know I just said I don't like reading people's stuff, but, Graham Hancock, certain people that should be the best of the best, Graham Hancock would be up there as one of the best of the best. Unfortunately, like I say, he does even make stupid mistakes. So the answer to your question is, yes, he's good at a lot of things, but he does make mistakes. Apples wrote, love your work, think you're right on the money, great work, agree with it all, but your ego, wow. I know, it's... So, I do have one now. So you can go back and listen to my old lives, and I didn't have an ego. What's happened is, over the years, when people keep saying, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, and I know I'm right because A, they can't prove me wrong because they just make up crap and say that I'm wrong. Over the 3 years of doing these TikTok videos, I've hardened, unfortunately, and it's not me, it's not what I'm like, but I've hardened to just literally say, stop being stupid, whoever it is, I'm right, just listen to me, it's a lot easier. So I kind of turned it into more of an ego stroke, telling people, look, it's a lot easier to learn from me, not because I'm big-headed, just because it's actually easier to learn from me than it is to listen to people that make up stuff that don't show evidence. As you say, you see my work and you love it. So, and on my as you know, on my documentaries and stuff like that, I don't have an ego. That's left at the door. I just show 8 hours worth of evidence and stuff like that. So only on these lives and the odd debunking video do I my ego slip out. I will learn from the Hulk how to control that. Lisa's wrote, thanks for answering. You're more than welcome. Thank you, Elise. Lisa's wrote, that was my thoughts as well too. I will send it to you. No worries. I have no idea what you were talking about, Mama. I forgot already, but that would be great if you can. Jake has wrote, do Anunnaki have gods? They mentioned the creator of everything, but again, we don't know whether they just assumed that there was a creator of everything, like 4,000 religions assume right now that they're correct, when literally 99.99% of them are wrong. So we don't know whether, and they even say that it's an unseen creator of everything, so we don't know for sure whether it's just something they made up like 4,000 religions have right now. Dean has wrote, sorry, that was a copy and paste, no worries. Keller's wrote, is going to a place of worship wrong? So it's a sad question, isn't it? Because my mum, even though, for 40 odd years I've been telling her what's going on and, what really happened and everything, my mum still wanted to believe that there was some sort of almighty being looking out for her. Clearly, doesn't always look out for everyone. There's children out there getting what, and it's but anyway, so going to a place of worship isn't wrong as I would say to my mum, if it makes you feel happy and content and improves your life in some way, no problem at all. If it means you're handing over money to people for no reason whatsoever, because you may be in a cult, or you may be going to evangelist churches or whatever, if you're out of pocket, and then that's probably not a great thing unless you've got the money to spare. Scientology, if you've got the money to spare, But personally, the Anunnaki did make us pray. There is prayers for the Anunnaki. Most of there's hymns as well. I swear, where do you think we get the hymns and prayers from? But most of the prayers are praises. You know, oh Nanurti, you're wonderful. You've killed Anzu. You're this. You're that. Praise to Enki for his phallus for giving us water in the. Yeah, believe it or not, I know it's crazy. So it's mostly praises. So if you want to go and praise the Anunnaki, go to a church or anything at all, synagogue, anything, because it's all the ancient gods were the same Anunnaki gods. If you don't want to, now if you're after, there's a difference here. Now if you're after spiritual guidance, spiritual help, that's nothing to do with the Anunnaki. It's nothing to do with an almighty being. That is, sorry, I was just sorting something out. That is to do with energy beings or light energy beings or deceased people in those light energy beings, orbs. That's totally different. If you want to pray to them or ask for help or guidance from your guardian spirit, not an angel is just a messenger. If you're after help from a loved one or your guardian spirit, you don't have to go anywhere. You can sit and think, and it will hear you. So if that's what you're after, then do that. But if you want to go to a church and it makes you feel better, by all means do. Anunnaki are not going to answer your questions if you go to church, so that's never going to happen. No one gets answers at church. No one ever does. They used to back in the day when you had things like the tabernacle. Which was basically a communications device that would be moved around, a portable communications device, so that the Anunnaki could talk to. Sorry, something just got pinned there and it disappeared. So yeah, the Anunnaki had gave certain people a tabernacle type device, which is basically a radio, and so that would be put inside places of worship so that people can go there and ask questions and get answers, etc. But this doesn't happen anymore. Long time ago that happened. Kelly has wrote, because of the lies being told, second part to my question. Right, sorry, that was carrying on from that, because of the lies being told. So hopefully what I've just said answers your question. Cotswolds wrote, where about are the tablets found? Any in South Africa, China, or Americas? So there may be. Depends on what tablets you're referring to. If you're referring to sort of Sumerian, then obviously I'm not aware. There may be, but I'm not aware of any Sumerian tablets being found outside of Sumeria. There may have been one or two. If you're referring to just clay tablets or papyrus or things like that, then obviously each country would have had their own. The problem with South Africa is the Great Flood, obviously, as you know, flooded over the gold mines, etc. So really, after the Great Flood, there was only really, from anything that I've read, now there may be more, but from the only thing I've ever read that talks about anyone being in South Africa after the Great Flood, was Ereshkigal, because it was called the lower world or the underworld. You'll know it as hell, and it was a place that she lived with Nurgle. 6 months he lived there 6 months a year, so trying to find tablets when there may only been the Anunnaki, in terms of the Anunnaki there, in a building that we. Could be in a mountain, could be anywhere. My guess is it's in a mountain, built into a mountain, but I've not found that yet, but that's my guess. So, so there is tablets, but I don't think Sumerian tablets have been found. I might be wrong, and if there is, it certainly won't be the Sumerian that we've found over in the Middle East. The Habisha guys wrote, do you believe we live inside a closed dome firmament? No. So if you watch my amazing video called Firmament Solved, you'll see that the firmament was to do with the asteroid belt locking one heaven from another, which is our planet inside the asteroid belt and the other planets, and then outside of that is the other planets. So that's why you got different heavens, and that was to do with the firmament. So it's there. It's all there with evidence, So yes, we're not in a closed dome, but the Anunnaki struggled to get through the asteroid belt. They called it a vault. It says it in the Bible as well. The vault in the expanse. People didn't understand what the vault meant, but the translations are clear in the Moorhen translations from tablets that are owned by the Rothschilds. Now I know people say, "Oh, the Rothschilds lie." There's no way they're going to make up a story about aliens. That's the last thing they want to do. Coppers wrote, "Why are we here?" So the Homo sapiens and Homo sapiens sapiens were here because the Anunnaki came up with the idea to genetically modify a hominid species here on Earth. Chances are it was Neanderthal, because majority of us have Neanderthal DNA in us. And so they created us to be a workforce to help with the work in the mines, carrying baskets. That's pretty much all we was here, slaves, basically. That's sadly it. The Habashug guy has wrote, "Do you believe?" Read that one. Sometimes people post things a couple of times. Jane pointed out people post. Thank you, Jane. Shiz has wrote, "How do you decipher what is just an old story versus the account of something what happened?" Very good question. Go number 2 in the class for that. Thank you for that. So, obviously, early on, I didn't know. What I tried to do was store that information until I heard it a second time from a different source. Once I heard something the second time from a different source, or read it from a different source, then I would kind of move it forward into my brain and say, okay, this is a possibility. That is why when people say to me about Jesus, after Jesus is born, I do not look into his story at all, because I cannot double check it. So I like to double check things. So if I can't double check something, then it's stored at the back, and then I say, oh, I've heard this, or I've read that, or whatever. If it can be verified, and I like to verify things at the very least twice. So for example, the firmament, the locking of the asteroid belt. The Anunnaki spoke about the asteroid belt thousands of years ago. They called it the hammer bracelet, and we only found out about it 200 years ago. So, okay, sounds great. They're obviously, that's a backup by mainstream. Now, the Anunnaki tell us that there's waters above and below the asteroid belt by, the firmament. Going with mainstream, they say that there's water above and below the asteroid belt. Okay, it's looking pretty good. So that's kind of how my brain works. I like to have things that I can double check and so on and so on. And even if it's not just those two, then I would have looked at the planet that was there that got broke up, that became Earth, and the asteroid belt. The Norse stories talk about it. They call it the frost giant. Believe it or not, people don't know what the frost giant is, but it was actually, watch my amazing documentary where I solved what the frost giant is. So Norse backs it up. Then you look at the Greek stories, and the Greek stories back it up, and so on and so on. So you end up with so many stories that all collaborate, including mainstream, that you can then say, okay, well, that's pretty much as good as you're ever going to get. Scrolling down, this is live. I read every single question out. Cool. K. Wayne has wrote, Anunnakis, where are they? When will they return? Never left. Chances are they're over in Antarctica. So watch my amazing, if you're interested, watch my video on the Vatican, who created the Vatican, in other words, home of the Anunnaki, and then after watching that, or the other way around, in fact, you could, the video called Who's Running the Planet, and it shows you that the dollar bill is basically saying that Marduk's running the planet. And you're going to say, but the dollar bill doesn't say that. It does. If you know how to read it, it does. It's got it all over it. So they never left. There's no point in them ever leaving. Marduk would have been nobody back on Nibiru. Claire has wrote, our true history is the best what does that mean? So that was me. I was being a bit funny at the bottom of there. I was getting carried away, and I thought I'll put OTH, which is me. Our True History is the best. So it was just me having a bit of a giggle. Yeah, guilty. Claire has wrote, thanks guys. That was people explaining what OTH is the best means. Sorry, I do have a stupid sense of humour. Dean has wrote, Dagon Tribe and Sirius B. What are your thoughts if you've read a bit of them? Crazy stuff. No, it's not actually. Personally, from my research into the Dogon Tribe, and there's no one's ever going to tell. So basically, there's no way the Dogons would have known what Sirius B is. Oh yeah, I see your point. Yeah, that was the first problem. Second is they would have just pointed up to the sky. And if I tried to point up to the sky, we'd be there for hours. Me trying to point out one particular star. Yeah, fair point. Now Nibiru comes round, so when they point up, they're pointing up to Nibiru when they're talking about the gods. So they're not actually pointing to a star way back, because there's no way a white European man would say to this Dogon tribe, blah 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 blah, yes, Ngawa, starry, BBB, Sirius. Are you serious? No, Sirius B. We have your English star maps. We know, we're very clever. There is no way on this planet that dialogue ever took place. No way. What would have happened is, you've got gods. Where they come from? Up. Okay. Sirius B. No. Anunnaki were here. Anunnaki talked about mermaids. You do realise Anunnaki actually spoke about mermaids. They've got carvings of mermaids. Guess where the first mermaids ever come from? Guess. Anunnaki. We've got carvings of Anunnaki mermaids. We've got them talking about mermaids. Actually, the translations come out as mermaids. Go look at Oxford University website for Sumerian translations. Type in the word mermaids. So the Dogon tribe talked about mermaid gods. And of course, humans would never have been called gods. We would never, ever be allowed to be called gods by the Anunnaki. Noah wasn't even called a god. So, because we can't change from Homo sapiens or humans to Anunnaki gods. That's because that's a race name. We can't change from humans to gods. You can be a demigod, but of course. So all in all, if you watch my Dogon video, you'll see that people just made up a load of crap. Kawaim has wrote, if the Earth is flat, how does it look put out of space? I have no idea how it would look because it's not flat. Sorry. Jane had wrote it's not flat as well. Dean had wrote back to Jane, sorry, it is not flat, but what this advert for brain hurt and tried to explain. So what would it look like if it was flat? Depends on how flat it is, whether it's a CD, whether it's got a pointy bottom, where the top flat and the bottom goes into almost like a pyramid. It would depend on lots of things, too many things for me to try and explain. Razas wrote, I'd like to see our True History debate Wes Huff putting the illusion to rest. Yeah, he's already done a video saying that he's not going to debate anyone. I don't know if you've seen that. He says, I'm not going to debate anyone. I'm so busy. He said, if I have done a interview, this was before it started to air, I have done an interview with Joe Rogan because he's got millions of people, but other than that, I'm so busy. I'm too busy to do debates. Sorry everybody, I'm too busy. So yeah, he's never going to debate. I mean, even Dan McLaren done a video the other day debunking Wes. I love Dan McLaren. I know he doesn't really reply to me anymore because I do post on his videos, and I know he doesn't. I know he reads them, and I know he doesn't he probably deletes them. I think there was one I did go back and try and find. I couldn't find it, so he may delete my comments. But thank you, Juice. Hi, Juice. I'm doing a live for you. So yes, I would be happy to debate Wes. It'd be even better when my book's finished, where I'm rewriting the Bible. That would, because I could just refer to translations, all sorts of stuff. Then he wouldn't know what hit him, really, truthfully. History and Coins, right, I'm back. Hi, History and Coins. Thank you. I just literally saw that just as you did that. Thank you. Gary's wrote, liking what you are saying, but would like to ask a couple of questions. So I do allow people to come up on the chat, but I do allow the higher tiered Patreon people, which is still only £3-4 quid. And you get hundreds of videos and stuff. Thank you, Jay. Bless you. But the reason why I do that is because when I have let people up in the past, it's been a car crash. I will, when I've got time, probably when I finish shooting the movie, I will ask the moderators all to come on one particular day, and we'll let people up for 15 minutes, and I'll need their help to get rid of the people after 15 minutes, because I can't seem to get rid of people. I don't know how to do it. But you can ask on here, Gary. Sorry, I know it's not ideal, but and in fact, Mel B has wrote. You can. In fact, Mel B wrote to Gary. Have you watched all of his amazing videos? Please do. Then prepare questions. It's a fair point. Thank you, Mel. Mel's watched I don't know how many videos, but obviously a lot. And most of the questions are probably answered already on that with evidence. Obviously, it's hard for me to show evidence on a live. Carpenters wrote, Earth is not round. There is no curvature. Get on a tallest roof in your town you're in. Look out. Okay. So, okay, wow, it defies belief, doesn't it? So let's imagine we have a ball, Carpenter Smith. Let's imagine we have a ball, and the ball is 100 miles round. Okay, now we put an amoeba. I'll help you out. A little bit bacteria on that ball, and tell it to walk or move. So the ball's 100 miles round, and we're telling this little microscopic microscopic bacteria thing to move. Would you say it will say it's round? Because we'll put him on. We'll do what you said. We're going to make a little roof for it, so it's 100 miles round. So we're going to get him a little roof. So let's say it goes up a centimetre off the top. Carpenter, come on. Even Reese has laughed at you, Carpenter. Oh, please don't follow me. I hope you're not a follower. Please don't follow me. Oh, you follow me. Okay, I shouldn't have been so bad. Gary's wrote, what would you say? Thank you, Reese. What would you say the most important artifact left behind from the past? Oh, interesting question. Oh crap! I'm sorry. Sorry. You can probably tell I scrolled. Let me find where I was. Sorry. I have my phone plugged in to keep the questions, to keep the phone going. But sometimes I. Okay, I haven't lost anything. Sorry, I'm near it. It's alright, it's all good. Don't panic. You at the back, stop panicking. Just gotta find where I was. Talk amongst yourselves. Put the kettle on. I've got a cat telling me that he wants food. Go away, you've eaten. Sorry, everybody. 2 seconds. I'm trying to find where I was. Okay, nearly there. This was a good question as well. What was an artifact or something, wasn't it? Okay, right near there. We was just laughing at thingy. Okay, what would you say the most important artifact left behind from the past? Very good question. Some damn good questions. I'm definitely going to put this one on YouTube today or tomorrow. Very good question. What would be the most artifact? So you got me. I'd probably say a tablet, to be honest with you. I'd probably say the Enki and Nimna tablet, because you're talking about a language that probably only a handful of people could read or write, if that. And we've got a tablet in one of the oldest languages in the world talking about genetically modifying a species to create a new species in one of the oldest languages in the world. And that they try it 6 times in this same text and failed, and each one came out disabled, and they gave us those disabled ones their daily bread, and then finally they're even talking about whether they can make them good or bad, choosing how good they are with technology. So that, I think, blows my mind, the fact that people can't comprehend, don't even bother, religious people won't even bother comprehending that before the Bible, thousands of years before the Bible, someone is genetically talking about creating a species. I wouldn't have done that, 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 1,000 years ago, but thousands of years ago, talking about genetically, it's crazy. It's a good question. H just wrote, did the Jewish Alexiarch have contact with Marduk in Babylon? David Dangor is current Exilarch. So Marduk came over to, from my research, if you watch the Vatican video, so Marduk was staying over in Israel, as you know. God of Israel, there you go. Gives you a clue, doesn't it? Now, there was already a pantheon of gods over in Rome. That's a fact. It's not me making it up. They even had a place. They even had the pine cone out the front of their place in Rome. Marduk came over and told Constantine to build this new building for him, and that everyone's now got to worship him. So in other words, he left Mesopotamia or the Middle East and then came over to Rome. Now, there was no pope in that building forgive me, it's on my video, for 700 years or something stupid. So you got to ask yourself, why build a building? And you could say, well, it was a temple building for people to go and worship, but they didn't even know who that god was at that point. So and of course the doors are 22, 23 foot tall, so you can probably guess someone stayed there for that period of time. So the question is, did the Pope get chosen by Marduk to be the Pope in the Vatican, the first one? Yes. So did Marduk chat to other people? I would say yes as well. Whether or not he's chatting to the more modern ones, probably not. I wouldn't have thought. But certainly back then he would have selected who he wanted to be representative, just like he did with Jesus, where he created Jesus. Jay is wrote, our true history is the best. Ah, thank you, Jay. That's very nice of you. Shazbiz has put hearts and stuff as well. Thank you. It's very nice of you. Carpenters wrote, you can't debunk because you disagree. You're not in any government jobs. You can't legally take our voice. Is that? And then Jane had wrote, be respectful and you can debunk with evidence. So Carpenters wrote, and this is the person that follows me. See, I don't know whether you've only just started following me. Might be worth. Okay, so when it says our true history is the best, and Jay even agreed just now, I am pretty darn good. So when you say you can't debunk because you disagree, I disagree with evidence. And if they have none and they've made up crap and they've got zero evidence for whatever crap they've made up, then surely I'm debunking them. Would you not agree? What would you call that then? Me disagreeing? Oh, I disagree with you. Here's my evidence. Where's yours? None. Okay, so I've got evidence, you've got none, but it's just a disagreement. No, disagreement, in my opinion, would be two people that either have both got evidence or neither got evidence, and they just disagree because there's nothing to prove one side right from the other. But when one side's got the evidence, Carpenter Smith, surely he can debunk the other person where they're making up crap, which is what I do all the time. Gary's wrote the pyramid were conduits. I would like to. Oh, please let me see whether you follow me. You do follow me, so I'm going to be nice. I'm not going to ask you for evidence, because otherwise I do that to people that don't follow me. I ask them for evidence, and then I get told off by Carpenter Smith for for debunking people. I'd be interested to know, Gary, why you say conduits. I'm not going to go into it in my version, but I'd be interested to know your version. AKU Pucker has wrote Your Hancock. If you're saying I'm Graham Hancock, I can assure you I'm not Graham Hancock. Jay has wrote It's Sarcastic Ego. I'll take that, Jay. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's the reason why I'm the second best. I'm joking. Apple users, right, appreciate your time and thank you for sharing your knowledge. Oh, you're more than welcome. Thank you. Yeah, just honestly, just pick one video that's on YouTube. Get to it from my website. You type in whatever you want, whether it's mermaids, spirits, anything. Just pick one long video to watch, even the one that proves that the Anunnaki were the gods in the Bible. That's on the homepage. I made it so simple. Scroll down to where it says click here. Just watch one video if you've never seen any of my proper documentaries. Watch that and then go, okay, I can see why OTH is the best. Honestly, just have a watch. That's all I asked, and see what you think. Zan has wrote reading the Sitchin books. They are amazing. They are indeed. So once you've read, for example, The Lost Book of Enki, watch my video on my homepage. It's 8 hours long, and it backs Sitchin up. So where people say, oh, Sitchin's a Mason, Sitchin this, Sitchin that, he didn't translate anything. They're all translated before he was born, or most of them were translated before he was born. So I actually show all the translations, etc., before he was born. So feel free to watch that if you once you've read his books. James wrote, hey mods, how far are we behind? And then James wrote at least 30 minutes. So this is live. I read every single question out. If you took the time to write a message, I will take the time to read it. Carpenter Smith, here we go, another one of these people that ask the same old question that I debunk easily. Carpenter Smith has wrote, if we're spinning thousands of miles an hour and moving at 666 miles an hour, why star systems not changed? Oh, this is so simple, isn't it? How do I say this and break it down so, because this person follows me and I don't want to be classed as sarcastic rude. Okay, so if we're spinning, are you thinking, so I'm trying to be as polite as I can, are you saying that all the other stars in the universe and other solar systems are not allowed to spin? Think about that for a second. So if we're spinning, thank you, Juice. Oh, bless you, thank you. So if they're spinning, is it not conceivable that they're spinning in the same rotation as us? Oh, just like our moon is. You know, you come back and our moon's there a month later. It's not flown off anywhere and it's not stayed where it was. It's moving. Things move. Now Carpenter Smith's going to say, but hang on a minute, the North Star doesn't move. And this is where I educate Carpenter Smith. It's a lot easier to follow and actually watch my videos than whatever you do by not watching them. Feel free to watch them. So let me explain something to you, Carpenter Smith. It's very simple. When you're in a car, and I know this comes across sarcastic, I'm breaking it down very simple, so I'm not being sarcastic, I'm trying to be polite. When you're in a car and you pass trees, do they go fast or quick? They go fast because they're near you. If you're looking at the moon while you're in a car, does the moon whiz past quick? No. Why is that? The further away an object is, the less you see it move. Oh, so the North Star is probably moving a hell of a lot, but it could be moving at a slow pace, and it could be moving exactly the same. So out of the billions of stars out there, one of them is actually moving at the same rotation as us. Oh, so out of billions, one's allowed to do that. Oh, I see. But it could be moving vast distances, but because it's so far away, we can't see it move, just like the moon. Doesn't look like it's moving at all, even though you're driving. Does that help you at Carpenter Smith? Just to let you know, at Carpenter Smith, if you're interested in flat Earth, I've got a book for you. It should be here beside me. Okay, so I've got a book called The World's Gone Flat. Feel free to look that up. And in it, that I wrote, by the way, that's why you're never going to catch me out. Okay, so the dome is the first question. How could Enoch see the dome? So people say, "Oh, there's a dome over the planet." Now, here we go. I'll just read one page out. This is. I wrote books on things. One of the oldest mentions of the firmament is in the Book of Enoch. I saw at the end of earth the firmament of the heaven above. Taking into account that Enoch lived in the Middle East and didn't have an aeroplane, none of the nearly 8 billion people on earth today can see it. Oh, yes. There you go, Carpenter Smith. Yes, just one part of this book. Feel free to buy it because it might educate you. There's another book called The World's Gone Round. This one's called The World's Gone Flat by Active H Publishing. If you're interested in buying a copy of that, you might learn something. Thank you, whoever's doing the hearts. You can see I've been doing this for years. History is wrote, and you can say it if you want. I'm guessing that's to Carpenter Smith. Gary's wrote, we're immortal anyway, so no worries. Sorry, we're immortal, no worries. Technically, I don't think we're immortal. I think that the orb that joins with us has our consciousness, has our memories, has our thoughts, has our personality when it leaves our body when we die, but it does cross over. So we're not immortal because clairvoyants and spirits can't contact us anymore. And then if you go by University of Virginia's research into past life regressions, then that orb, your past life, is now in someone else, and therefore you're not immortal anymore because you're now dead and just a memory in someone else's orb that's in someone else's body. So I wouldn't say we're immortal in any shape or form. Carpenter Smith wrote, that's why they blew up the stones in Georgia, because it focused on the North Star and never moved. I've just explained the North Star to you, Carpenter Smith. Oh yeah, you did. Yeah. See, it's alright, Carpenter Smith, just follow, it's a lot easier. Somehow, Jay has wrote, can someone please let him know we've got a flat earther in here? Yeah, I've come across it. Feel free to buy my amazing book. Jay has wrote, joy, because normally I go to town on flat earthers, but because this person follows me, I'm being very polite. Jay has wrote, does anyone get that reference? Happy, 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 joy, 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 happy, 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 joy, joy, joy. Not off top hand. I might if I took 2 seconds to think about it. Scrolling down, Shabazz has put laughing faces. Time check 9 PM. Oh wow, bloody hell, is that time already? Juice has given me another cake with 8. Thank you, Juice. You don't have to. I came on because you asked me to, not because I wanted cake. Although, if you put the kettle on, I'll have tea and cake. I'm joking. Cotswolds wrote, did you say you did a Grand Canyon but not found it on Patreon? Thanks. So, the Grand Canyon is a chapter in a book. And I can't remember which book it's in. So there's basically on Patreon, there's I'm releasing chapters of the new book. Thank you, Dean. Bless you. You don't have to. I do this because I enjoy it. But thank you, Dean. It's nice to see that someone's listening. Thank you, and thank you again. So there's a chapter in a book. I can't remember if it's my latest book. That's about the Grand Canyon. So it will, if it's not already on Patreon, it will get put on Patreon exclusively. Thank you, Dean. Again, thank you. You don't have to, Dean. Bless you. Thank you. It's really nice. When I say I don't do this for money or gifts or anything like that, I really don't. But it's nice to see people, engaged and happy. So thank you. Appreciate that. Coppers wrote, thank you. You're more than welcome, Copper and Co. L Blockers wrote, hello, love your content. Who created the Neanderthal? So there's a person on here that I wish is right here right now called I've forgotten her name. Sherry. She's an anthropologist, and she will be able to give you a far better answer than I can. But obviously, there's seems to be a hominid that goes back to what they called Lucy, which is 3 or 4 million years old. And from Lucy, now there's probably so many more, but they've only found a one. So from Lucy, they seem to think that hominids broke off from Lucy and then evolved into different species, such as Homo erectus and so on and so on. But there are different hominids. I mean, we've got Homo florensis, we've got the new one that they've just found in China, Homo juliensis, which I even did a video before they even told us about Homo juliensis. And the video is called Why So Many Different People Here on Earth, or So Many Races on Earth. And I talk about, I didn't know the name because it wasn't found. But I said there was a species of hominid in China that us Homo sapiens would have bred with to get the looking people that look like Asian people now. And I already done a video, and then bang, thank you, Dean, bless. Then, what was it, a week or two ago, out comes Homo juliensis they found. I was like, solved it. So yes, supposedly we all came from one thing, but I don't think so. I think we came from various different, because obviously the land masses would have really have needed to be joined, and I don't think they all were. I know we've had a great flood since then, but I personally don't think that America was connected to Australia, for example. Jules has wrote, Sitchin was wrong about the lid of Palanque. It's a book, a play. You've got me on that one. I don't know what he said about it, so I cannot defend him or agree with you. So I'm afraid you've got me on that. I've not heard what he said about it, so I would need to know what he said and then work out whether he was right or wrong. I have actually, thank you, Kerry. I have done videos where I've said Sitchin is wrong. I'm not saying Sitchin's perfect by any means, but so I'm not saying Sitchin's perfect. There seems to be only one person that's perfect at the moment, and he's right here now. Ladies and gentlemen, come on down, Fred. History and Coins wrote, you are the best boss. Oh, stop it, History. You're just saying that because I'm the best. I mean, Freudian slip. Victor, thank you. I'm joking. The Victors wrote, proof Anunnaki are engaged in social activity. The closest I could point you to is the dollar bill. Where the government or the secret government, whatever you want to call them, have to go and run it by Marduk first. If you're not sure what I'm referring to, please watch my video on my website called "Who's Running the Planet," and you'll see that it says it in Latin. Guess where Latin came from? Same place that Marduk turned up and changed the Roman gods into one god. Jayas wrote, yes, I'm being serious. I'm not sure what that was. I'm being sus. I'm not sorry, Jay, you got me on that one. Missouri's wrote, love your research. Oh, thank you. Oh no, I know. Yes, I'm being serious. Serious. and then you wrote Sirius underneath. That was when I was talking about Sirius B. Oops, whoopsie! Look, there's a ghost. Ooh, are you there? In the background. Yeah, ignore me. I'm being silly. Jay's put a laughing face. Cotswold, thank you, Jay, for the rose. Cotswold wrote, I'd quite like to identify as a demigod. I would like to have identified as being next to Demi more back in the day. Dean is right. I got a lot of your videos to watch. Oh, thank you, Dean. Yeah, honestly, pick the one that you want. You know, I cover so many different subjects. So pick the ones that you're interested in first, so you don't get bored of ones that you're not interested in. Juices wrote, yes, I caught you, and great to hear you back on Outer History. So Juice, I wasn't going to do a live today, but Juice had sent me a message saying, I miss your lives. So I said I will come on and do a live. Thank you, Juice. Scrolling down, Copper as wrote, when will you have your book done, do you think? So I've actually technically, it's not me, it's a pseudonym and whatever else, but technically there's 3 books out already if you're interested in, and each book's got 15 different chapters which go into some severe detail in whatever it is that they're referring to. So Shroud of Turin, the Grand Canyon in Egypt, Bigfoot, spirits, Anunnaki, 15 you can imagine how many, that's like 45 chapters of different things, synchronicity, ley lines, the list just goes on. They're everyone that's read any of those books say they're phenomenal. So if you're interested, before waiting for the one that I'm doing at the moment, if you're interested in any of those kind of books that would be done by someone like me, feel free to have a look on Amazon. So just type in Ebens, EBENS, Ebens Publishing, different from the H Active Publishing that I've got a different book there behind me on. Ebens Publishing. Have a look for that on, and you'll see 3 different books. When the other book will be finished, I generally write part of the book every hour during my lunch break, so I don't like to sit around. I get a lot done. I think I'm halfway through the book now, so it's it's pretty good so far. So still a few months, I'm afraid. But if you're interested in the other ones that's already out, feel free to. Or if you're interested in the audio books of the ones that's already out, they're on my Patreon page. So that's why my Patreon for a couple of £1 is for audio books and exclusive audio books and stuff like that. It's well worth the couple of £1. And I lose money, so I'm not making money on this at all. Juice is right. I can't tap likes. Oh, don't worry, Juice. Not a problem. I thank you though. That's very nice. I have several times uncleared my notifications. Oh, that's okay. No worries. I don't. Save your finger. Rylands wrote they took the egg. I'm not sure what that's referring to. Sorry. Cotswolds wrote Rosetta Stone. Not really a question, so I'm not sure what to say on that one, Cotswolds. Rylands wrote Egyptian Book of the Dead was stolen from me. I'm guessing a copy of the Egyptian Book of the Dead, because the chances of you having it and allowing it to get stolen, if it was the genuine Book of the Dead. Let me see if you follow me. You do follow me, so strange. Not sure what you mean by that. Gary's wrote Nibiru was mistaken by tribes as Mars with 2 horns. They look at it at the same time of transition. I mean, it's possible. I wouldn't. Let me see if you follow me. You do follow me, so yeah. I'm not going to ask you for evidence, but yeah. I mean, it's possible. Rylands wrote stare into their eyes, and then Gary's wrote the horns were red dust, and then so just to let you know that the comets have horns on them. the Anunnaki told us about comets having horns and diadems, and that's why when the dragons are called comets are called dragons, which is what they were. When they describe them with horns, that's where do you think we get the dragons with horns from? So yes, Rylands wrote, I wrote it. Your Book of the Dead. Someone stole your Book of your Dead that you wrote. Jane had wrote to Ryland, please stop spamming. Cotswold wrote, sorry, Rosetta Stone, as it allowed translations, was my answer to the artifact. Ah, right, okay, yeah. I see, yeah. So the question that you asked me was the most important thing I would say in our past, and you said the Rosetta Stone, and I said the Enki and Nimna tablet, which tells us about. I mean, technically, I hear what you're saying, because without Rosetta Stone, we wouldn't be able to have read Egyptian, but I don't know. I'd still go with the fact that they genetically modified us. Rylands wrote, Watch family in the way I got the others out. Oh, the spheres. Not sure. Confusing me there. Cotswolds wrote, on the same wavelength as outer history, I must be a demigod. I now knight you a demigod, Cotswolds. Cotswolds wrote, oops, sorry about the black block caps. No worries at all. Gary's wrote, okay, next question on the most significant artifact left behind is the main pyramid at Giza. Why? Next question on the most significant artifact left behind is the main pyramid of Giza. I'm just thinking about the other pyramids for a second to try and work out whether or not any of those would be more significant. The problem is the Bosnian ones actually got some stones inside that they haven't moved, whereas the ones in Giza they have, and those stones in the Bosnian pyramid actually represent something that I need to do a video on that will explain a lot to people, but I haven't completely forgot to do it. Yeah, I'll go with that. The Great Pyramid, which was done before Khufu was even born. So yeah, why would I say the Great Pyramid? It's because if you go with the Great Pyramid and you go with the translations of the Moorhens, it tells us that Ningazida built it. It tells us that it was after the Great Flood, and it tells us that the Sphinx was built because of the Great Pyramid. The fact that Ningazida said, well, in the future, who's gonna work out where this massive building come from? So he created a lion body, which was based off of the star constellation at that time. Yes, they were the ones that gave us star constellations, and they put his face on it. The face has since changed, but so from the Great Pyramid, we end up knowing who built it, why the Sphinx was built, why it was had a human face on it as well, or human-looking face. So yes, and obviously we don't know how they moved those blocks. And we can't recreate it today. So yes, I would say good point. And obviously, there's other things with the pyramid. It's 365.5 steps, which is what we would have had back then in terms of days, as opposed to 365.25 now, if I'm not mistaken. Gary's wrote, what is the language of the universe? Some people will say maths. I'm not an expert, because I would need to know, in order to say the language of the universe, I would need to know what everyone else is using to be able to extrapolate which one would be the most common. And because we don't really know any other species that we can ask, I cannot answer that. Enjoyers wrote, what is the firmament? So the firmament is a name that was given to the asteroid belt because it locked one heaven from another, which was space. So it locked us in It locked us in Mars, Venus and Earth, whereas the other planets outside of the asteroid belt firmament wasn't locked in, and that was called another heaven. So that's why you get the word heavens. So the firmament, if you're interested in the video that proves all this with evidence, look at the one on my website called Firmament Solved, and you'll see the ancient tablets talk about it as firmament. Even the Bible talks about it as the vault in the expanse, which is between Jupiter and Mars. So yes, that's what the firmament was. It wasn't an invisible dome. Never said it was an invisible dome. It just said it was a vault that would separate and keep Earth as well as other planets inside. Jayas wrote, "Oh God, it goes downhill from there." Jayas wrote, "Is debunking like kicking someone off a bunk bed? I'm guessing that is. Is debunking..." Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Yes, if you want to say that. Yes. Andy's wrote, "Hi sir, didn't even know you were on." Yes, I did tell TikTok not to tell you. No, I'm joking. TikTok's useless, isn't it, for that? Because I'm obviously there's people want to see me, and don't ask me why, or want to listen to me, and yet they don't push it out to the people. It's crazy. Jay has wrote, "Sorry about making such a mess in the comment." No worries, I got it in the end. It was quite funny. I can't pronounce. Sorry. Has wrote, "I would love to see you wreck Wes." I've already done it. As you may know, on a couple of videos in the back, if you scroll back on my TikTok videos, but I have got the one to watch with him and Joe Rogan, where I will go through and debunk Wes again. If he starts talking, the problem is if he talks about Jesus and stuff, which you know he does, I can't argue because obviously there's nothing to double check on. But if he goes back to Genesis 1, which I know he did, I've seen a clip of it, then he's going to be toast. So yes, totally going to destroy him, and I'm going to enjoy doing it, and I'm going to stick it up on YouTube. The problem is mine gets hardly any views, so it's very sad. If you guys wouldn't mind sharing videos or whatever, that'd be great. Juice is right. "Just know I'm sorry I can't tap, but I don't want to leave the live to miss anything more." Oh, thank you, Juice. Very nice of you to say. You don't have to tap. You have God's permission not to tap. Max has wrote, "Hi, are God and Lucifer real?" So the Anunnaki race name were called gods. That's a fact, proven, totally not debunked. You can go watch it on YouTube. The video is 8 hours long. You only need 10 minutes, and you'll say, "Okay, yeah, they were gods. That's their race name. Yes, they were in the Bible, and yes, they were real." Lucifer. So if you're interested in that video proving that the gods were the gods in the Bible, scroll down on my homepage. I've made it so simple. Out of thousands of videos, just for 10 minutes, guys, just go there, click. You'll be taken to the YouTube page. Sit back, watch it, and just go, finally, someone with evidence has just totally slapped down the Bible, told it how it is with evidence. Just go watch it. And Lucifer was an adversary. So I believe I worked out who Lucifer was. So yes, he was an adversary. Lucifer, the name Lucifer, was added in 1968 or 78. Lost track. My brain's gone. In the New International Version. So it was actually called, before that it was called Adversary. But I believe I'm the only person that's worked out actually who he was. So if you watch my Inanna video on who Inanna was as a Greek and Roman goddess, yes, I do videos like that as well. Look for the Inanna one. And if you know anything about Inanna, you'll know. But look for the Inanna video, watch that, and then as I'm going through that, I didn't catch on until I was doing the research, and I was like, because I'd already done a video on Lucifer where I showed that he was just an adversary, wasn't anyone special, blah blah blah. It was just another Anunnaki. So I show all of that, but it wasn't until I was doing the Inanna video that I was like, it just, as usual, these things just hit me, and I was just like, wow, I know who he is. Solved it. So yeah, feel free to watch that Inanna video if you're interested. It's called Inanna, Who Was She Was as a Greek and Roman Goddess. You can probably guess who she was. But watch the video because it talks about her son. Yes. Gregor wrote, did you get that Enki is the serpent in the Bible? Absolutely not. No, Enki would have been Jehovah, and Enki speaks to the serpent, which wasn't a snake, obviously. It was another Anunnaki. The Anunnaki used... In fact, in my new book that I'm writing, I go through all the different times the Anunnaki uses different words like serpent, snake, all different demon, all different derogatory terms to use for a bad Anunnaki. So yeah, so the Bible's going to be shown that it wasn't a snake, but no. So Enki talks. So if you've read the book called Adam and Eve Book 1, you'll know that it was just another Anunnaki. Or if you don't know that, let me see if you follow me to understand why you do follow me. So I have done a video called 3 videos, if you're interested. There's thousands of videos I've done, but the one that you want to find out about who that it certainly wasn't Enki, was not the serpent. Enki talked to the serpent. Go watch the videos called Garden of Eden. Then there's a second one called Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve. That's the one you want. Watch that, and you'll see that Enki was Jehovah, and Enki spoke to the serpent. It was basically the if you read it all properly, you'll see that one of the other Anunnaki didn't like the fact that Enki bred with Homo sapiens to create Homo sapiens sapiens, and so he tried to get them to eat fruit because Enki told them not to. But instead of killing them, he banished them down to his garden down on Earth. Yes, he was on a spaceship. No, it doesn't. I know it sounds stupid. Go watch my video. Go. Don't say I'm stupid until you watched it. And then you'll go, oh, I see. It makes so much sense. Yeah, he's probably right. So yeah, so yes, that's that one. Gary's wrote another question is, what is the moon? So the moon, according to the Enuma Elish and the tablets in the Columbia University, moon was called Kingu, and it was a moon that belonged to Tiamat, which was a planet in between Jupiter and Mars that got broke up and became the asteroid belt and Earth. And Kingu, which was the moon that belonged to Tiamat, ended up becoming our moon. So we have actual written records thousands and thousands of years ago of our moon and how we got it and where it come from. So when people say, oh, there was a time before our moon, bullcrap. That's just people talking. I could say there was a time before Superman. Yeah, it's just rubbish. So yes, we've got that, so we know what happened. Scrolling down, Gary's wrote, do you know 440 books they were left out of the Bible? So the thing is, technically you could put the Book of Enoch in the Bible, you could put Enki and Nimna's thing in the Bible, you could put anything you want in the Bible. So according to researchers, certain things was left out of the Bible because they weren't written in a certain language. So for example, the Book of Enoch was left out of the Bible, not because it didn't fit in there. My opinion, it didn't fit in there, but that's just me. It was just about Enoch, really. But because it was a language that they didn't use at the time when they was translating the older stories into the Bible. So yeah, I mean, literally, it's not just when you say the left out the Bible. Even in the Hebrew version of the Bible that we have now, the word gods is there 300 times. It's now, as in any English translation, except for Young's literal translation, it's only 150 times. The word gods. That's 1 in 4 pages, the word gods. And yet, you talk to any religious person, they'll say, there's only one God. And then you say, yeah, but there was mentioned 1 in 4 pages. Gods. Oh, well, they were lesser gods. And funny enough, guess what I'm doing in my book? Guess what chapter I was writing today? Yes, the lesser gods in the Bible compared to the lesser gods that the Anunnaki had. In other words, not the great gods. There was a certain amount of Anunnaki were classed as the great gods. Anyone else wasn't the great gods. So, yeah, that book's going to be awesome. It's probably going to get me targeted, but it's gonna. I don't care. Sauron has wrote Anunnaki are lesser gods. I was just literally just saying that. Oh wow, there's a whole bloodline above them. Yeah, no, there's not. So oh please don't follow me. Please don't follow me. Oh, you follow me, I have to be nice. So Anunnaki are lesser gods. So unfortunately, you do realise that the Anunnaki. Go look at the Artrahasas. You'll see that they even call themselves the great gods. There's a whole bloodline above them. Then a bit further down, you wrote Anunnaki have gods, plural. Sauron, I know you follow me. Don't hate me. If you follow me, you know what I'm like. You know this is why my research is second to none, because I don't take what I'm told until I see the evidence of it. So Sauron, you're going to hate me for this because you're thinking, hang on a minute, he doesn't normally ask people that follow me. But if it's something as big as this that I've missed, I need to see where the evidence is. So Sauron, are you still here? He's probably going to keep quiet now, don't blame him. Or he's going to do a runner quickly. Sauron, are you still here? I would like to know, one of the moderators, bless you, will pin up whatever you reply, so we can get to the bottom of this, because basically what you're saying is I'm wrong. Now you're wondering why I'm picking on you, is because you basically said I'm wrong on my research, and my book that's going to be phenomenal, you're saying is also going to be wrong. So I need to see the evidence that you've got compared to the evidence that I've got. So unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't look like we're going to have Sauron's reply. So it's up to you guys. Either go believe me or believe someone that no one else has ever mentioned, that the Anunnaki had gods. So Sauron seems to be the first person to mention gods. Bearing in mind the Anunnaki's race name was gods, so Sauron should have said, if he knew evidence that the Anunnaki had some other deity, then he really should have said the Anunnaki had Skaranas, or whatever the other name is for these gods. But of course the Anunnaki's race name is gods, so it can't be you can't have two lots of races. You can't have, that's like us saying the almighty being is called human or earthling. You can't do that. Sorry, Sauron. So unfortunately, you've not provided any evidence, and let's be honest, you've made that up. Lawyers wrote, who's the flat earther? That was someone earlier on. Carpenter Smith, his name was, which hopefully I've educated into the world of grown-ups. Sorry, just joking. Daniels wrote, what's going on in the world now? There's probably, I'm praying I'm right, probably wrong. So there seems to be an Agenda 2030 where there's going to be less of us here on this planet. I'm praying I'm right on the side that there is these forces for good that are trying to stop such an event happening, but they didn't do a very good job of it back in 2021, 2022. So I don't know. Maybe they needed that kick up the bum to see that, oh crap, it is going to happen. Let's stop that. Joshua wrote, do you believe the Earth is round? How do you explain all the flight paths taken? So on that bombshell, you can buy my book called The Earth. Let me get it again. What's the bloody title of it? The World's Gone Flat. So let me see whether there's a chapter on that. Now mainstream, I think, says to do with the wind patterns and stuff like that, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's in the answers in the other book. Actually, it's in the round book. So I can't answer that because I can't remember what I wrote in the other book. I've only got the flat. Now it's dropped. The only flat one there. So so well done, Joshua. I can't remember what I wrote in the other book. So you have kind of not obviously debunked me, because if I'm not answering it, then I can't be debunked. But I can't remember what I've wrote, and I can't be able to get up to go and get the other book. So. I'm trying to remember. I can't remember. So yes, I apologise. I cannot answer that question. Dan the Man has wrote Toroid Earth. I would still say what the Anunnaki said, which is round, a globe, and a ball. That's what the Anunnaki called it. I'm still trying to remember what I wrote about the flight paths. So basically, just to give you an idea, I did 2 books, one about the flat Earth and one about the globe, answering each other's questions. And the one that I have here in the front room is the flat one. Exec Assign has wrote, I had a pint with Elvis, and I've watched some of your videos, and you are amazing. I was going to be rude. Please block me because I'm a bit stupid. I'm a numpty. Oh, how do you know about the word numpty? Oh, well done. Yeah, I'll block you if you was going to be rude. That's very nice of you to say that you was going to be rude. Papa 2 has wrote, have you seen Sassy the Sasquatch? Very funny animation with interesting concept. I don't recall I have, no. I will try and look out for that if I come across anything that says Sassy. Sounds interesting. Juice is right. I'm leaving up on your team. I'm leveling up on your team, and it's a yeah. You do now. It's for my benefit as a gifter. Oh right, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I don't know nothing how TikTok works. So you don't. Thank you. You don't have to gift me. Just. Oh, I feel bad. I don't want to take people's money. Or whatever it is that you just. Because TikTok not only takes 50% of it, yeah, I feel bad now. But thank you, thank you very much. Max has wrote, "Are we divine sparks, and how long can our soul live for?" Thanks. So the orb this is my research. So the orb, and I did a 3-hour documentary if you're interested in it, called "Everything You Need to Know About Spirits." So the orb that joins with the pineal gland, yes, the third eye, eye of Horus, that kind of stuff. That's eternal, according to the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. It learns with you, so chances are it's probably plasma, alive, some type of plasma that's alive, and it connects with you, and it's it's supposed to learn what you learn. So in other words, it sees what you see, it hears what you hear, because it's connected to the pineal gland. And according to mainstream, that pineal gland has a transmitter and receiver built in by having this certain type of crystal in the pineal gland. So yes, it makes sense. And if you go to the National Medicine Library website, you'll see that they call it the seat of the soul. So anyway, this orb will, when you die, you're now in control of this orb. You can float around, do whatever, but at some point, now how long you want to stay around is, I don't know. I mean, as people say that they spoke to people from hundreds of years ago, on Ouija boards and whatnot, and then you get other people that try and cut contact with their loved one, and they say no, they've passed over already. So it is, how long's a piece of string? I don't know the answer to that. It depends on how long you want your soul to be around, I guess, or whether or not the orb controls and takes over and goes back round into someone else, and that's when you cease to be you anymore. It's now the orb's now in, and if you're lucky, the next person can remember, access your file, and talk about your previous life. Gary's wrote, "Are we immortal? You can't destroy energy." Albert Einstein. We're not immortal. The orb apparently is immortal. So we're not. Just because our memories, it's like a hard drive. It's literally the orb is a hard drive. It's while your computer's on and it's storing information and remembering everything. You can take that hard drive out, plug it into another computer, does that mean all the files was from that original, from that computer? No, because it was from the previous computer. But yet that computer is now dead. The first one's completely dead. You throw it away. So just by taking the hard drive out, does that mean that the original computer was eternal? No. Does it mean the hard drive that connected with the computer that can now be moved to another computer, is that eternal? Well, obviously not a hard drive, but an orb supposedly is. Execicide, is there anyone on here for the comedy? So I do only do one show a night. I do throw in some comedy. Thank you very much, Execicide. What Execicide has actually said underneath is, I can't debunk you, so I'm going to be rude because you're undebunkable. Thank you, Execicide. That's very nice of you to say. Thank you for agreeing that I'm better than you because you can't debunk me. So you're just being rude. Thank you. That's nice. Everyone likes to hear that I can't be debunked. Dean has wrote, the first bit on Göbekli Tepe is my little ancient love. Just want to know more. Super live fella. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I might want to do. I need more info on Göbekli Tepe, but to do more, a deep dive video on it. So far, my conclusion is that they were silos, and I have done a video on showing that with the, oh bloody hell! Sorry, I was just looking at the time underneath. Jane had wrote 9:30, and then I looked up. It's gone 10. Wow, these fly by, don't they? Built by plants, as wrote. There's been things that predate Lucy. When you say things, you saying a hominid. If there is, I'm unaware of it. But I like I say, there was. I believe there would be creatures all over the planet that would be similar to Lucy, because of the different styles of hominids that we ended up with. King H has wrote, emerald tablets have been debunked though, haven't they? No. So what you've got is people saying that they've been debunked. If you want the truth, justice in the American way, ask Superman. If you want truth and justice, then come here. So when people say they've been debunked, they'll quote, like Wes Huff quoted, was it Wes? I think it was Wes that said, it was a guy from 1925 that blah 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 made it all up, and then I show evidence that a certain ancient tablet talked about the emerald tablets. So yeah, but we do have translations from over 1,200 years ago in Latin of said emerald tablets, and there's about 4 different translations of them. I'm aware of 4, but I don't know if there's other ones out there that I'm not aware of. And they're all old. So when you say debunked, what's debunked? Translations are debunked? Not really. They're old. We've got them in Latin. So no, they're not debunked. Sauron's wrote, South America links Africa. Africa links Europe. Europe is Asia. I'm not sure what that's referring to. I remember asking you for the evidence that the Anunnaki had gods. So I'm guessing you hadn't got to that part yet. Wendy's wrote, you don't believe in a worldwide flood? I do. I have done a video showing the evidence that there was a worldwide flood. It's an hour long. It's on my website. You can get to it. It's called The Great Flood, and look for the one that's an hour long. And I show evidence that, for example, the Black Sea had settlements at the bottom before it became flooded over. I show that certain places 70 miles inland were covered with sand, silt and sand, silt and sediment from the ocean 70 miles inland because of the I also show that Oxford University agree with the tablets that an ice shelf broke off and is what caused the deluge, which is what we know as the Great Flood. So yeah, no, I do totally believe the Great Flood. I mean, you know, Easter Island's just a cap of a volcano, and yet there's structures underneath, and so on and so on. There's structures under the ocean, which shouldn't, you know, no one goes under and builds structures. No one builds Bimini Road underneath the ocean. So yes, now you could say, well, you know, it could have just been over time, but no, these structures were covered over imminently. And I prove that, you know, with museums as well. I'm not just saying it myself. I show the evidence. Penn Museum had a lot of evidence of the Great Flood as well, which I use in my video. So yes, the Great Flood definitely happened. It was an ice shelf that broke off of Antarctica and slid into the ocean, according to the tablets, according to Oxford University as well. Juices wrote, tea and a cake could be arranged though over a good read of your book. Ah, thank you very much, Juice. That's very nice of you to say. Now, what kind of cake? Gary wrote, I have been researching 40 years and I respect your knowledge, but you are not there yet. I will help you. So, ladies and gentlemen, what happens here, I've had this sort of thing before. So I say, no worries at all. Explain one thing where I'm wrong, and they don't. Or if you're lucky, they'll say, oh, you're wrong on, and then I'll point them that they're incorrect, and then I never see them again. So instead of Gary saying, I've been researching for 40 years, I respect your knowledge, but you are not there yet, I will help you out. Bearing in mind, I've solved things that no one even knew needed solving. I've solved things that's... Just go on my website, on the homepage, you'll see the things I've solved. Phenomenal. I should have been knighted and freaking OBE and all sorts of stuff for just one of those things that I've solved, let alone all of the things that I've solved. But anyway, let's go back to Gary's point. So what Gary should have done is said, I'm sorry, but you're wrong on this point. Because what Gary knows is Gary knows that he's not going to be able to debunk me. Sorry, Gary. So you've tried to do it a different way, but unfortunately I'm calling you out. So Gary, tell me one thing where I've got wrong, Gary, which you have evidence to prove me wrong. Because you can't just say I'm wrong. Because I could just say you're wrong. We could be out all day. So Gary, you have to now step up to the plate. And unfortunately, you follow me. You probably thought I weren't going to call you out, but literally, you're telling me I'm wrong after doing 40 plus years of research and solving things that no one solved and never being debunked. You're telling me that I've done something wrong. I need to see. Gary, are you still here? Can anyone see if Gary's still here? Gary's thinking, oh crap, how do I get out of this quickly? Are you still here, Gary? I'm not going to let you go on this one. You don't tell me I'm wrong. And you're going to help me out when I've solved things and I've debunked pretty much every single person that talks about Anunnaki and this sort of stuff. Gary, come on. Come on, Gary. Type in yes. Ladies. Right, Gary. Name one thing that I've said that's wrong that you've got evidence to prove me wrong with. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be the first person to prove me wrong with evidence. You have to have evidence, Gary. Otherwise, what you've just said is crap. Otherwise, you've made up crap and you've made yourself look stupid. You have to have evidence, Gary. And you have to be able to prove that whatever I've said is wrong, Gary. You have to. I don't like people calling me a liar and calling me wrong, as you can tell. And let's be honest, one of us, I'll let the viewers guess, one of us, either me or Gary, is probably more right than the other one. I don't know about you, but I think I know which one I put my money on every single day of the week, and twice on Sundays. Gary is typing away now. You are wrong on da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Here's the evidence, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Can't wait to see this. This will be the first time, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to go on YouTube. So, Gary, you've got to get it right. Gary Charles James is his name. And he goes under Gary Charles James 1. And he's got 240 following. And he's got 79 followers. And his image is of a crusader. I have a feeling I know what kind of person this person is. So, Gary, we're still waiting. Sorry if I've missed it while I was looking at this thing. If a moderator could pin it up again. We're waiting. Gary, should you just write the first bit down and then write another bit about what the evidence. Gary's thinking, okay, what can I look at to prove him wrong? Well, you should be able to pick one of many things. Let's read what you wrote again. I've been researching for 40 years. I respect your knowledge, but you're not there yet. I will help you out. So, which means really what you're saying is my encompassing knowledge of all of the subjects is not there yet. Kerry's rating, we're all waiting together, sir. This is going to be good, isn't it, Kerry? We've got someone that can actually outsmart our true history. And I know I sound big-headed, but let's be honest, it's not going to happen. But let's see. Let's see. Sorry, guys. I'll tell a joke. Knock, knock. Who's there? Orange. Orange who? Orange, you're glad you come to my live. Yes. I remember thinking when I was a kid, my dad doesn't like me much. I like this joke, sorry. I remember my dad didn't like me much, and I remember him taking me playing golf. And I remember swimming back to the shore thinking, my dad doesn't like me much. It's not one of mine, it's Stuart Francis's. Wow, it's a long time to type. Just, you're wrong on crop circles, you're wrong on something. It's a long time. You can write the evidence on the second thing, Gary. Gary? Gary? Are you there, Gary? It's not difficult. Just say you're wrong on, and then with evidence on the next one. The lovely moderators will pin up the one. It's very. You can use voice chat now and do just speak it, and then it will come up. Because my knowledge is not there yet, apparently. My knowledge of 40 years found things out that no one else thought that they could even know. But my knowledge is not there yet, which means your knowledge is just superior to my knowledge. Shall we move on, ladies and gentlemen? Let's move on. Oh, Gary, we were so close there, Gary. Mel Bees wrote, is this thing on? The chat can see me, I think. Can you out your history? I can see your message there. Yes, it's all good. Gary's wrote, have you this was not pinned up, this was one that Gary's wrote. This was before he'd read that one. Have you studied Nikola Tesla? If not, it's a good place to start. Also Einstein. I have studied Nikola Tesla. In fact, I've debunked Nikola Tesla. You're going to say, no way. I have. No. Yeah. Well, technically I've not debunked him, to be fair. The video I done was called How Smart is Nikola Tesla? I did one on Einstein and I did one on Stephen Hawking, etc. So Nikola Tesla turns out wasn't as smart as I would put down Da Vinci, for example. And I did do one recently on Da Vinci. So Nikola Tesla basically was all his life was working in a particular field of mainly electrics and come up with things and there was other countries that had already come up with some of these things, like the AC current, etc. Europe had already had it. So Gary, yes, I have looked into Nikola Tesla, and I have actually looked into Einstein, and I did a video called How Smart Was Einstein as well. So Gary's trying to say that my knowledge, even though this isn't a reply, because he obviously failed to reply, because let's be honest, I was right. I'm always right. No hard feelings, Gary, just your knowledge is lacking. So in other words, what you should have said is, sorry, our true history, my knowledge is lacking, meaning yours. That's no worries, understandable. Feel free to follow and learn, and there you go, you'll get your knowledge up to my skills. I'm so humble, see? And you'll think I'm arrogant. You thought I was going to tear Gary to pieces. I'm not. If Gary accidentally made a mistake and should have put himself as lacking knowledge, that's not, it's all fine. Yeah, so anyway. Mel Bees wrote, cool. Not trying to be arrogant. Thank you. No. I'm thinking the only arrogant one here is that stupid Our True History. Coppers wrote, thanks, mate. I'll check them out. Love the work. Thank you very much. It's very nice of you to say. Juice has put laughing faces. Gary's wrote also Tutankhamun prophecies. I'm unaware of Tutankhamun's prophecies, to be honest. I mean, he literally was a boy. How many prophecies could he have? I've never heard of him having prophecies. I will look into whether or not he had prophecies. That's interesting. Coming from Gary, though, I do worry that it's just one of these things that's just now made up. You see, the problem there, Gary, is when you have the boy that cried wolf. I don't know if you know the story. When the boy that cried wolf, the story is that the boy kept lying, and then eventually, when he finally told the truth, no one believed him. So that's why I don't lie, Gary. That's why I know you may not like me, but that's why I don't lie, because if I make a mistake, one day I'll be crucified by myself. I would crucify myself, and I would, publicly. I've done it before. I've done videos where I said I've been caught out by Our True History, and I admit where I'm wrong. King H has wrote, is this a replay recorded video? No, unfortunately it's live, but I do read out every single question, so I am behind. Dr. Jackal has wrote facts with laughing faces. In other words, I'm wrong, even though clearly I'm always right. This person's got 8 followers and following 3, and doesn't follow me, which clearly means they can't say I can debunk you, so they just wrote something derogatory, which means that they can't debunk me, which is perfect for me. I love it. I love being right. Stealth has wrote, we will be tax-free. I'm not sure what that's referring to, sorry. Sheepdog has wrote, do we know when and how Enki died? It's a very good question, actually. I like that question. There's been some really good questions tonight. Go number 2 in the class for that. I like that. So Enki died based off of supposedly there is two bits of information in Oxford University translations. I've still not come across them yet. One is where he's ill and one where he dies. Then you've got now I don't know whether this is the same, because I don't think it is. So then you've got Samuel Noah Kramer, who was one of the foremost translators in tablets, and he, in a radio interview, explains that there was a royal burial site, and then later on he says that Enki's, I'm paraphrasing, but Enki's burial site. So we kind of knew then that, I suspected Enki had died anyway, for lots of reasons, because he doesn't appear anymore. That's my first giveaway. So whereas Marduk, Enlil became El, was old, and we got a carving of him. So we kind of, when I say we, I kind of knew that Enki had died. My guess, I've said this for a very long time. Thank you, Kerry. Thank you. My guess is he died in between 3,000 years, give or take 3, maybe 4 to 2,000 years ago. Somewhere in between that. So I can't answer it properly. All I can say is when the last sort of mentions of Enki was, or Jehovah, etc. So it would have been coming up towards Jesus's death. Jesus is born. FUK has wrote, Ra claimed to have built the pyramids. Let me see if you follow me. You do follow me. I've never seen anything that says Ra built the pyramids. In fact, the only mention of pyramids, I don't know where you got that from, FUK. You follow me, I'm so tempted to ask you where you got that from, and you won't be able to give me any evidence, because there is none. So basically, the only mention of pyramids that I'm aware of, that anyone's aware of, would be the translations in the tablets in Columbia University, which is talking about Ningazida building the pyramids, which would also have been Thoth in the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, which is talking about a pyramid as well. So really, they're the only two old bits of information that sort of mention in any detail about a pyramid. So I would like to see the evidence that you have for Ra claims to build the pyramids, but there is none. So I'm going to help you out on that one because you follow me. So I'm gonna help you out and change it to I believe Ra claims to build the pyramids. Well, he didn't. FUK then wrote Law of One. If you watch my video on Law of One, don't ask which number it is on TikTok. It's one of the TikTok type videos. I totally debunk the Law of One, and to be honest, that's a long time ago. So it's a couple of years back that I'd done a video on that. If I went back through and researched the Law of One again with the extra knowledge that I have of 365 days of research times 3 years, I will probably destroy it even worse. So ignore the Law of One. It was made up by 3 guys. Gary's wrote, "It's mathematics, my friend, language of the universe." So I did say that. Yeah, I did say that. Now, Gary, could you show me that this is why I was smart enough not to say that, Gary? So you're saying I'm lacking, Gary. I was so smart to say, until I get this is the difference between me and you, Gary. One of us is a little bit smarter than the only reason why I'm knocking Gary down now is because he tried to knock me down, let's be honest, and fouled terribly. But I was smart, Gary, by saying in order for me to know so I said mathematics. Then I said, in order for me to know that's actually correct, I would need to know every species in this universe and what they would use so that we would have the more version of whether it's mathematics, whether it's something else. So I would need to know because a fish might not use mathematics, and yet there may be a race on another planet that uses fish that's predominantly fish. So that's why I say I would have liked whales may not use mathematics, for example, or a silicon-based life form, or an orb that's plasma may not use. So I was smart enough, Gary, to say I would need to have all the not evidence, all the information in front of me before I then said the mathematics as the fact, whereas you've said that as a fact, and I'm not stupid enough to do what you just done. Sorry. Cotswolds wrote, "Yes, I'm very logical. Sorry, don't hate me." Cotswolds wrote, "Regarding language of the universe, wasn't there a crop circle reply to a message we sent in binary code?" Yes, supposedly that is a real. I do believe it was real, actually. Crop circle that came back as binary code. Yeah, it was an 8-bit binary code, ACSI. I think it was something similar to that. So yes. Now the stupid thing is, let's be honest. This is the stupid part of this. This goes back to the Pendleton case with the Rendlesham Forest. Now this is stupid, guys. Listen to how stupid this is. Gary would appreciate this. So, creating binary code. If I wrote hello in English, HELLO, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters. If I wrote hello in binary code, you're going to need a page of zeros and ones. Now, aliens have to be smarter than us, logically, to do the things that they're doing and genetic modify and everything else. Logically, they should be smarter than us. So logically, if you was going to write something, you could write it just in English and not have to worry about as Pendleton said when he supposedly touched the craft at Rendlesham Forest back in the 80s, UFO, when he touched it, he got a download. And so sometime later, 6 months or whatever it was, he started to write zeros and ones in his little diary. And then when it was translated, it says, here for observation, blah, blah, blah. Now, first of all, no UFO in my right mind would say, it's like putting your sat-nav on the outside of your car. Oh, I'm going to McDonald's first, and then I'm going to go see thing, and then I'm going to pop to the shops. No one does that on the outside of the car. So touching that is your first problem. Second of all, the logic is it was an English. It's a human, because you can have different types of binary code. You can have 10 by 10, you can have 8 by 8, and stuff like that. So it was something that if you was going to give information out, you could have just done it in whatever language that you're visiting. So, for example, if you're visiting, because if it's an English binary code or a human binary code, then you should have just done it in English language, really. Now, I know you could say, well, India uses it, and therefore they're not English language. But let's be honest, if you had to translate, because there's no way Penelston would have known what that meant. So whoever was supposedly going to touch that craft, and not Penelston, but any other being, would have been able to have to not only visualize the zeros and ones, but actually translate it in their head by touching the device. Because I doubt if you're supposed to touch the device, then go away and then go 01 0001 0001 for the rest of the day, and then go, that's what it was telling me. Oh, where's it gone now? Oh, it's gone now. Oh, it's too late. So the logic isn't there. Doing it in binary code. Sorry guys, just my brain just doesn't like the idea of them using binary code. It doesn't make sense to me. Gary's wrote 299,792,45 AM speed of light. I don't know what you're referring to there, Gary. It looks like what Gary's doing, this happens a lot actually, we get these a lot, is people will say things, totally nothing relevant whatsoever, not even a question, where they're trying to make themselves sound smart by knowing one little bit, and they'll write down something, regardless of whether it's anything to do with the chat or not. So here Gary's just put down what the speed of light is, trying to make himself sound smart by saying, I know what the speed of light is. And unfortunately, Gary, that just makes you look like a bit of a numpty, really. Sorry, it does. Let's be honest. You're on a live chat and you're just putting things down that you know, when I've already caught you out as well, badly. That bit I've got to stick on YouTube, TikTok. Sorry, Gary, Charles, James. I've got to stick that bit where I ask you for evidence, and where you call me out and then I call you out. I've got to stick that up. It's got to be worth it, isn't it? It's a bit of a giggle. Wurzel has wrote what? Question mark. I'm not sure what I was talking about at that point for you to say what. Pop Z has wrote the Anunnaki are the fallen ones. Oh, please let me. Please. Oh, you follow me. Why do I get people that follow me that don't know what they're talking about? The Ajiji are the fallen ones, the sons of the Anunnaki. Anunnaki were the older ones. Feel free to watch my amazing video called Watchers / Fallen Angels Solved. If you want to learn, feel free to watch that. Then Gary's wrote underneath, about the speed of light again, and then wrote coordinates of the main pyramid of Giza. Like I said, they seem to just say things randomly. Although I was talking about the pyramid earlier, so it could be, in fairness to Gary now, it could be that now he's added the extra bit. It could be that he was talking about when I said the pyramid had 365.5 steps. So Gary could be saying, also the pyramid is, and so on. So I'll let you off on that one, Gary. Then Gary's wrote, you have a lot to learn, don't jump, let my friend. Not sure what that's referring to. Obviously, we now know that one of us is better than the other one. Sorry, Gary. Have you ever danced with the devil by the pale moonlight, Gary? Because today you have. Do you fear death, Gary? As the Pirates of the Caribbean film would say. Tony's wrote I like that saying. I love the way the guy says it in that film. Mr. Sparrow, do you fear death? Tony's wrote, as always, love to listen to you. Oh, Tony, stop it. Stop. No, carry on. I don't mind. Thank you. Yes, I like a bit of praise. Andy's right. Do you think the Anunnaki would be impressed with how we obtain gold, leeching, tailings, etc.? I don't know what tailings is. Never heard that before. So I'm guessing leeching. Obviously, the first thing I thought was something probably different to what leeching is. So I apologise, Andy. I don't know the terminology, what that's referring to. So I'm guessing it's techniques. I'm guessing. Or something. So all I can say is, do you remember Sinbad? I think it was Sinbad and the Golden Fleece. Anyone remember that? Or Jason and the Argonauts and the Golden Fleece, I think it was. You know what the Golden Fleece is? Anyone? I'll pin up. First person, this will be a bit of fun. Does anyone tell me what the Golden Fleece was? And why there was a Golden Fleece? And what it was used for? Or what it was. And would a moderator pin it up? It'd be interesting though if anyone can get that. Triple Eight is right. Have you seen the telepathy tapes yet? How the crop circles are made? Thanks. How are the crop circles made? So I watched. Someone, I think it might have been you or someone, asked me to watch a telepathy tape. So I went on to YouTube. I typed in telepathy tape or whatever it was. I can't remember how I got to it, but so I saved it as a favourite, and I thought, right, I'll listen to that as I drive to work. And it was a freaking 4-minute trailer for the tapes. So I haven't listened to the full one yet, unfortunately. So I was quite annoyed because I wanted to listen to it. Crop circles are made by a microwave. So this is Dr. Levingood. Feel free to look him up. The proper crop circles, not the stupid man-made ones. So look up Dr. Levingood's work on crop circles. So basically, a microwave, it tells you the frequency. So these orbs will somehow create a microwave frequency that superheats the nodes on the knuckles on the crop circles. So it's not flattened from the bottom. These crop circles are actually bent over because the nodes burst from the inside. They're superheated by the microwave, which is pretty impressive for Doug and Dave to go around with a microwave. So yeah, of course they're not all man-made. So then what happens is the crop bends over, and because of the knuckle being burst in at exactly the right point, that all the crop just bends over, literally. Now, inside the crop circle, you may have heard stories. I mean, even Arthur C. Clarke, when he did crop circle stories back on his Mysterious World, I think it was called, his cameramen would go into the crop circles and the batteries would die on the camera. So there is definitely an energy there, where genuine crop circles, things happen, and even to the point where people say that they go in there with ailments such as arthritis or whatever, and then they sit there for half hour inside a crop circle, and they come out and they go back to the doctors because they say, I think I'm cured of whatever it was. So that's one of the reasons why a lot of people do like the genuine crop circles, because it can actually supposedly heal you of different things. But outside of the crop circle, obviously crop was taken and tested over and over. Obviously that doesn't have any energy coming from it whatsoever. And also the crop inside the circle not only repeats the following year the same image, whereas fake crop circles don't. You'll see the imprintation in the crop the following year. Farmers hate it, which makes you laugh because anyway. But the crop actually gives a 400% extra yield as well compared to the surrounding crop, and compared to the flat crop, that man-made crop. So, have a watch of my videos on the crop circles if you're interested, or go look at Dr. Levingood's work. Two Planets has wrote, listen to the indoctrination station, blah, blah, blah. So again, ladies and gentlemen, what happens here is no one can debunk me. So what they do is they be rude. And so instead of saying you're wrong because... So who would you rather listen to? Someone that can't be debunked, or someone that says, listen to the indoctrination station? Why, thank you very much. You've tuned into 95.7 FM, and here we have Our True History, who's the world's greatest indoctrination station host. Thank you very much, guys. Gary's wrote, look at the triads all over the world. They all have a similar story of the moon dragged into place. No, they don't. No, they don't. That's just made up. Sorry, Gary. Sorry. You'll need to show me an ancient version of that story, not a modern version. So you ain't, all you'll get is some numpty like yourself. Sorry, don't mean to sound rude, but you'll get some person just saying, "Oh, I heard it." You can need proof, Gary. Can need proof, and you won't have any. All you'll do is say, "Look, listen to people," and I could say, "Well, there's 4,000 religions right now, Gary. Each one of them seems to think they've got their own god. So either we've got 4,000 plus gods kicking around all over Earth, or none of them's right." You see where I'm going with Gary? That's why I kind of do evidence. That's why one of us, not going to name names, either you or me, is way better than the other person. Not going to name names. It could be you, Gary. I'm rooting for you, mate. But let's be honest. I think the anyway. FUK has wrote, if you want to know a bit of how the universe works, read the RA Contact, teaching the law of one. Yeah, I've already done that. I've already debunked it. It's just totally made up crap. Feel free to watch my videos where I show that if you're interested. So where you wrote, if you want to know how the universe works, read blah blah blah. I would say if you want to know how the universe works, follow Our True History. Gary's wrote, I would like to respectfully ask if there is any way we could talk over here so I can help you. Well, unfortunately, Gary, as you know by now, you'd wrote that earlier, so that was quite disrespectful what you done earlier. And really, let's be honest, what you're doing there, because you hadn't. I'm still reading before you got to the point where you said I'm here, which means you were still being disrespectful to me before I even read your first one out, where you basically was disrespectful, saying that I'm wrong and that you're smarter than me in this subject. And obviously we called you out and you just failed terribly. You could have picked one of 1,000 subjects that I cover, but you didn't even pick one. When I said to you, tell me where I'm wrong on one. You could have done Mermaid, you could have done Stonehenge, where I proved that Stonehenge was to do with mining. You could have done, oh Gary. So when you wrote, I would like to respectfully ask if there's any way we could talk over here, in other words, come up on the live. No, this is one of the reasons why I don't let people like yourself up, because people make up crap, and then we waste time. If I let you up, like some people want me, like some people want people to be let up, like yourself, all we would have found out is you know nothing and I know lots, which I might as well just carry on reading the comments. Sorry, Gary, you've done that to yourself, really. You came into the, where it says OTH in the background there is the best. You found that out. I didn't. And it's not me being big-headed. Coppers wrote, thanks for the live, mate. Have a good night. Oh, thank you, Copper. That's very nice of you to say. Nicky's wrote, I have an orb that comes see me every night and I know it's part of me. So there is a thing called a soul group. So, and this isn't just me saying this is Dolores Cannon. Like I say, Dolores Cannon on spirits, amazing. On aliens, don't listen to her, from my opinion. So we have a soul group, and in that soul group, now I know people say, oh, we have a soulmate. No, it seems to be a soul group. So the easiest way to describe a soul group is a drop of water, and then you can take, for example, 6 tinier, smaller drops out of that drop of water. They're all part of the same drop, but now they're all separate, but yeah, they're all still connected according to the sort of kind of research that I've come across. So these soul groups end up becoming part of your next journey. So for example, the orb's next journey. So one orb, for example, could be you. One orb out of that drop could be your parent, another one could be a friend, and so on and so on, even possibly an animal. And so they'll be with you for whatever your period of your life is, because they're part of that soul group, not you, but for the orb. And now sometimes when, for example, a soul group dies, someone from the soul group dies, they can visit. You know, it could have been your mum, it could have been dad, it could have been a loved one, whatever it is, could come and visit, and that's possibly what you're seeing when you're talking about feeling like it's part of you, because it technically would be part of the soul group, and still seeing it, and it's coming to visit you. So that's my take on it. I may be wrong, but that's after 40 odd years of doing all that kind of research. Gary's wrote, Gary's probably regretted writing this one. Gary's probably regretted writing this one, ladies and gentlemen. So after Gary had said I'm not as good as him, and then I said, okay, just point me to one bit of evidence where I'm wrong, Gary's obviously backed out of that, as we know. But Gary's wrote here, this is before I'd read his point out earlier, before I embarrassed him. We are immortal, I have the evidence. And I bet Gary's thinking, oh crap, he's reading that one out now. Oh, why did I write that now that he's already proved that I don't know what I'm talking about? Why did I write that? Gary, you know what we're going to ask? Kerry had even asked it, so I knew she would, that's why I was looking down. Kerry had wrote, show the evidence then. And then Gary reply to the evidence of how we're immortal, that he has evidence. Ready? This is what Gary replied. Wow, this is going to be an amazing one. I'm going to put this on YouTube. Gary wrote, you're going to wait for... Look, everyone's stopped even doing the hearts now. They're all waiting to find out what Gary replied. You guys probably know because you read it already. But I've got to it now so that anyone listening... Gary wrote, please tell you do know the pyramids are a book. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's the evidence we have that we're immortal. Wow, okay. Let's read that again, because I need to get my head around that. Please tell you do know the pyramids are a book. Wow, okay. So, that's amazing. Okay, I can sleep easy tonight, Gary. You're just knocking it out of the park tonight, mate. Feel free to unfollow Gary. Normally I say feel free to follow and learn, but Gary, might be worth you unfollowing, mate. Sorry. Juice has put laughing faces and I think some lips as well. Scrolling down, Juice has wrote, oh Gary, sorry. And then, that's so that's Juice had realised I'd got to that part where Gary had tried to say that I'm wrong, and now I've got up to the bit where Gary had wrote, yes, I'm here. And then Kerry had wrote, Mel B's wrote, he is here in the chat. And then Miss Enns has wrote, hi chat. Hi back. Juice has wrote, you could hear a pin drop waiting for Gary to reply. Mel B's wrote, I know who is right. Oh, Mel, I thought you liked me. Why did you side with Gary? I'm joking. Or am I? Thank you, Mel. Juices wrote, do a poll on if Gary is right or Gary is wrong. I don't know how to do that. I'm not that technical on this. But yeah, that would have been interesting to see, because whoever the one person was that said yes, if there was a poll, unless there's more than one, would probably be Gary's family member or spirit guardian or something. Dean has wrote, Stimpy will be the judge. Stimpy will be I don't know who Stimpy is, sorry. Kerry's wrote, we're all waiting together, sir. Danu has wrote, Sumerian cosmology depicted Earth as a flat disc. No, it didn't. No, it did not. Sitchin speculate. History's wrote, polls are turned off for some reason. I wouldn't even know how to turn them on, let alone... maybe I should look at TikTok's things before I carry on doing these lives. I will try and remember to have a course on what TikTok does. So, sorry, Danu wrote, let me educate Dano. You follow me, Dano, so I'm going to be polite. Sumerian cosmology depicted Earth as flat. No, it did not. Sitchins speculate Anunnaki depicted it as a globe. So unfortunately, Danny, I've done an 8-hour video where I show evidence that Sitchin was correct, and the Sitchin didn't translate anything. Now, I've done a video showing where the Anunnaki said globe, ball, and round for the Earth. So there's 4 times I've read. 2 of them were the same word. I can't remember which one it was out of the 3. And the other 3 were different. So, in other words, round, globe, or ball. So when you say the Sumerian cosmology depicted Earth as flat, absolutely categorically no way. No way at all. Now, you may say, but look at the world map that the British Museum's got, that Irving Finkel shows, because it's got a round circle around it. Now, you do realise, Danu, that the Anunnaki, or the Sumerians, or let's be honest, the Anunnaki, when they did maps and cities, everything was in circles. Now, the map that the British Museum's got, that you're probably trying to refer to, or you heard some numpty talk about that didn't know what they're talking about, is actually to do with the Middle East, and they still put rings around the outside. We know it's the Middle East because they were actually telling us how to get to, or that map was telling someone how to get to Sesame Street. No, that was telling us how to get to the Ark, that was a skeleton of the Ark. In other words, the wood had been used and rusted or whatever away. Not rusted, but you know what I mean. And it was on Mount Ararat. So that, where you say the cosmology depicted flat Earth, I'm too tired to ask you for the evidence, but you ain't gonna have any. Trust me, you ain't. There is no way on this planet. I'll tell you what, Dano, show me the evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, Dano's going to show us the evidence where our true history is wrong. Come on, Dano. Sorry, I know you follow me, but you know, if you're going to say stuff, you have to be top of your game, like I am. You have to be. Ladies and gentlemen, Danu, sorry Gary, you've now been pushed to the side. We've got Danu stepping up, who's going to be giving us evidence. Show me where the evidence is. Like I just pointed to you, this particular tablet that Irving Finkel, you could type in Irving Finkel world map. It's not a world map. He tells you it's not a world map, but they call it a world map, and that's why you probably think that it's flat. So, Danu, it's not going to happen. Danu's now regretting his life choices and thinking, okay, I can see why it says our true history is the best. No worries at all, Dano. No hard feelings. You just I tell you what, just watch my videos and ignore wherever you hear from other silly people, because I won't lie. Juices wrote, quick Google search, Gary. Right, yeah. Gary's right. I'm still here unless you're blocking me. Oh, nice try. No, I didn't block you. None of the moderators would block you. If I go after someone, they enjoy it. It's a kind of like a. You remember the Anunnaki when they used to have those wrestling matches, naked ones, which you probably don't know because you haven't researched as much as me. So yeah, the Anunnaki used to have wrestling matches naked, and that's where we get the Olympians and things like that, and the wrestling matches and the gladiators, etc. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know why I was waffling on about that. Sorry. Moving on. Gary's right. Oh my God, what an ego. So you still look. So Gary, this was at the point, ladies and gentlemen. This is a great video. Love this one tonight. Thank you, Gary. Bless you, my child. So where I asked for evidence, where Gary had told me I'm wrong. So bearing in mind, Gary's saying that he respects my knowledge, but I'm wrong. And I'm the one with the ego by calling him out, saying, I don't think you're going to have any evidence, Gary. I'm the one with the ego after he's just told me I'm wrong? Yes, I do have an ego. Because you can't beat me, Gary. That was why I have this stupid ego. Because I have people challenging me. That's why I got this ego, ladies and gentlemen. It's not because I'm a nasty person. I'm lovely. Ask my ex-wife, my other ex-wife, my other ex-wife, my other ex-wife, and my 17 victims that are now buried. Ask them. I'm a lovely person. I'm joking. But the point is, people like yourself, Gary, that come on and say stuff that literally wind me up and tell me that I'm stupid compared to them. That's why you guys created me with the ego. It's your fault. Kerry had wrote to Gary, do you not know how this works? Mel B's wrote to Gary, please answer his question. Kerry's wrote, apparently Gary doesn't know how live chat works. Dean has wrote, blessed night fella, good to come across you. Check you again soon. Oh, thank you, Dean. That's very nice of you to say. Yeah, thank you, Dean. Bless you. Kerry's wrote, Gary, you disappointed us. Mel B's. Kerry, you shouldn't have said that, Kerry. You should have said, Gary, thank you for an enjoyable live. We should be thanking Gary. I enjoyed it. I like it. I like it when someone says I like my ego coming out. Mel Bistro, I've been wrong about much. Our True History set me straight. Thank you, Our True History. Thank you, Mel. Yeah, I mean, those that's new here will probably be thinking, oh my God, he's, some cult leader and he's Billy Carson's follower and stuff like that. But I'm not. I do my own research and I show evidence, which is why I know Mel watches my videos. So I'm sure someone would tell me if I'm wrong. JP has wrote, starts out strong at least. I'm guessing that was Gary. Kev has wrote talents. I have none, really. Kerry's wrote, I had such high hopes for Gary. There you go, Kerry. Hopefully you backed the right horse there, Kerry. Kev has wrote point to point. Wrote point to point. Shah has wrote Anunnaki are not our gods. Would you like to see the evidence, Shah? You don't follow me. You won't bother, let's be honest. You're not going to. No one does. If anyone wants to see the evidence that the Anunnaki were the gods in the Bible, were here, created us in their image, they fashioned us. You do realise that the actual translation of clay is also the word clay can be also translated into organic material. Phenomenal. You should wait for my new book. But anyway, if you're interested in seeing the evidence the Anunnaki were gods in our gods that we talk about, yes, plural, feel free to watch my amazing documentary. It's on YouTube. Just go to my website because it's a lot easier than me trying to remember the title on YouTube. Scroll down on the homepage to where it says click here. That's it. Go. It's on YouTube. It'll take you to YouTube. Spend 10 minutes watching that and go, I've learnt two things by watching this 10 minutes. One, you'll say, Our True History is pretty darn good at what it does. I'd like to think, anyway, you'd say that. Yes, the ego comes out. But second, what I hope will learn from it is, wow, there's so much more that we didn't know. Thank you, Our True History, for showing us. And then you watch the whole 8-hour version if you want and go, I'm going to start watching the rest of his videos because if he's done this, what else has he done? That's what I'd like. But no one bothers because certainly people like Shah, who wrote Anunnaki are not our gods, they don't want to know. There's no way on this planet they're going to want to know that. Kerry's wrote to Shah, then who is? And then Shah wrote, Anunnaki came here in symbiosis. Wow, don't you just love the way people make up stuff? Of course, if I asked her for evidence, there would be none. So, what a... Wow. Helen's wrote, hello. Hi, Helen. Nice of you to join. Ignore my ego side. It's everyone else's fault, not mine. Safas wrote, plenty book on Tataria. Hence, the first electric car was 1886, free energy from churches. Yeah, so that's not actually correct, unfortunately. So first thing you would need to do is show me, Saf, that the book is actually evidence-based. So what you should have done, Saf, sorry, let me just see, you do follow me. So you must know how I work. So what you should have done, instead of saying there's plenty of books on Tataria, hence the first electric car was in 1886, free energy from churches, what you should have said is, here is a brick in a church that's wrote made by Tatarian people. Then I would have said, oh, okay, that's interesting. So you've got no evidence whatsoever that a church is made by a Tatarian person, have you? And I don't, you know me, I'm just cutting to the chase. Yes or no? Have you got any evidence that a church was made by any Tatarian people? Proper evidence, none of this, oh, it's in a book and all that kind of crap. Have you got any evidence? No. So the free energy part from Tatarian people would also be, let's be honest, a no, because if you haven't got the church, then you wouldn't have the structure to have the free energy. Fair enough. So then the electric car was nothing to do with Tataria, was it? No. Sorry, Our True History. I feel bad for even mentioning it. No worries at all, Saf. Not your fault. You've come to the right place. We clear the misinformation and we go straight for the jugular. That's what we like here. Shara's wrote, the Anunnaki evolved spiritually while here in Earth 3... that's quite a lot of noughts there. 3 million years ago. Is that 3 million? Are you saying 3 million years ago? Shah, are you still here, Shah? Ladies and gentlemen, if Shah's still here, which they're not, Shah, are you still here? Please say yes. One of the moderators will pin it up. We'll have a bit of a giggle. I mean, we'll have a little Q&A, because obviously you've got the evidence for this, haven't you, Shah? You wouldn't just make up stuff, would you? Would you, Shah? Yes. You see, ladies and gentlemen, this is the difference between me and those stupid people out there that make up crap. I can't do it. I cannot do it. They get the shares, they get the follows, they get TikTok money. I can't make up crap, and so I get less than those guys because I just can't do it. Cotswolds wrote, love Our True History logic. People need to think more logically. Thank you. I'll be honest, it is because of Spock. I know it sounds stupid. When I was younger, watching Spock, I'd try to outthink him. I know, I'm not saying I did. I like to think what he was going to say next. And every time Star Trek was on, I was always thinking, what would Spock say? What would Spock say? What would Spock do? And to be honest, I think that was, changed my outset. Because bearing in mind, according to school, I was the thickest in a massive school. So yeah. Scrolling down. I should have put my boy to bed. Jay's wrote, excuse me folks, what is OTH? It's my name, Our True History. It's just me having a bit of a giggle at the background there, but if you've listened long enough, you realise that at what I'm talking about, I probably am the best out of the handful of people that know anything. Not obviously some of these silly people that make up stuff on here, but out of the handful of people, I'm the best. So it's not me being better than 9 billion or anything like that. Thank you, Kerry's replied to that one. Sharad wrote, Anunnaki are helpers of the universe. See what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? People just make up crap. The Anunnaki say the furthest they've ever been from their planet is the asteroid belt, and yet, according to Shah, they're helpers of the universe. I have the power! No, not He-Man of the universe. Helpers of the universe. Smiley Faces wrote, agreed, sir. Definitely knows what he's talking about. His Patreon is worth it. Oh, thank you. That's nice. I don't know who you are because I can't. It's no name. It's just a smiley sort of face. But thank you. That's lovely to say. I mean, not that I do. I don't. I make probably. I think at last it goes up and down, but it's around £100, and I lose 8 days a month, which is more than £100. So I lose money doing, unless I got the Wi-Fi's amount of people on my Patreon, then I'd probably be laughing, but I don't, unfortunately. But I do love every single person that is on my Patreon. But you can watch my other videos as well, free of charge. They're on YouTube, etc. Shara's wrote, you have got it all wrong. You have got it all so wrong by your sources being Google and Sitchin. So unfortunately, this numpty didn't realise that I did an 8-hour documentary where I didn't even use Sitchin, but it ends up backing up Sitchin. Bearing in mind, Sitchin didn't even translate the tablets. They were already done. So one of us, Shah, is completely stupid and should have been in my school below me. And the other one's not so stupid and has caught you out for being stupid. Wow, a lot of numpties tonight, isn't there? A lot of numpties. This is going on... Kerry's asked for evidence to prove that I'm wrong. Charles wrote, crop circles made by a Gigi, and you won't find this info on Google. So in other words, you just made it up. So you do know the Gigi won't be a Gigi anymore, Shah. Shah's not the world's sharpest, is she? He, them, they, it. I'll call it it. That's numpty's easier, isn't it? So the Ajiji were classed as the younger gods 440,000 years ago. They're not going to be younger anymore. They're not going to be the Ajiji anymore. They're now older. So the Ajiji is really for the sort of teenagers, I guess. So when you say the crop circles are made by Ajiji, you're now saying that the elder Anunnaki are now going around making crop circles. You won't find this. What a load of crap. Well, show us the evidence of that, Shah. You won't, because you know you can't. Wow, so many stupid people tonight. And I get told off for an ego, and you just get people making up stuff. Cotswold wrote Golden Fleece, Invisible Cloak, and then wrote joking. So the Golden Fleece, because I didn't see anyone, if anyone's interested in what a Golden Fleece is. Back in the day, what they used to do is they used to take sheep's skin and, prospectors for gold. So back in Sumerian times, people would, or not Sumerian times, but a bit further forward than Sumerian, sort of Akkadian times, shall we say, people would be out in the waters looking for gold, sieving them with the fleece of a sheep or a goat. And so you would have people out there panning for gold, prospectors, not necessarily prospectors, but I'm using that so you understand. And so the fleece would become full of gold, and then they would hang it out to dry, and then they would let the gold particles drop when it's dry. So that's what the Golden Fleece was. Sorry, bored you there. Kerry's asked in Shah to show us your sources. Kerry's having a good old chat with Shah. Shah's reply after Kerry had said, show us your sources, in other words, evidence. This is what Shah's reply is. I love it when people don't have evidence. The way they squirm out of it. Well done, Kerry, for making her squirm. So Shah's reply is, wait for it, for the evidence that that I'm wrong and that the Ajiji create the crop circles. Ready? Shah wrote, that's because I'm fed up telling people the truth as they don't listen. Talk about get out of it as well. Oh, I don't want to talk about it anymore. Well, then don't fricking type it then. Yeah. What happened to logic in this world? If you type it and you're basically telling me I'm wrong, are you expecting it just to no one to actually question it? And then when we do question it, it's like, well, I don't want to talk about it anymore. No one listens to me. Jesus Christ. Kerry's wrote to Shah, well, I'm fed up with people who spout nonsense with zero evidence. Touché, Kerry, touché. Lunda has wrote, if Earth isn't flat, why does NASA and the government love being globalist? I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. Why does NASA and the government love being globalist? Not sure what you mean. Because if it's not flat and they're happy to be globalists, then that makes sense. I'm happy to be a globalist because I think it's globe. So I don't quite get that. Sorry. Scrolling down. This is live. I'm slowly catching up to the bottom here. Andy's wrote, what was the Golden Fleece? Love all those movies as a kid. Yeah, me too. I remember the first film I ever went to the cinema, bearing in mind now I'm a film director, was, I don't know what age I was, 7, something like that, was Sinbad and the Eye of the Tiger. If anyone remembers that. It had Doctor Who in it, the old Doctor Who guy. I remember seeing that at the cinema. 707 has wrote, yeah, definitely advanced technology. I'm guessing you're saying Tatarian, and then if I asked you for the please don't follow me. So if you're referring to the Tatarian, could you show me one bit of evidence that advanced technology came from the Tatarians? When you can't, just do what. I'm not being rude, but do what Judge Judy used to say. Open your ears and listen. Joe has wrote, why weren't Anunnaki advanced? The Anunnaki advanced. Sorry if 707 was referring to the Anunnaki advanced. Apologies if that's what you was talking about. It's hard for me to understand because obviously sometimes I'm behind on the messages. So if I did say something that's not correct, sorry, I'm just trying to find. I scrolled accidentally to the bottom, so I'm nearly there. So I just got to find where I was. I'd like to finish this so then we can have it rounded off. Globalist, back where I was nearly. This was only going to be a short live. What we've learnt today is our true history is good. The moderators are amazing, and you excellent questions tonight from you guys. So Andy has read that one. I loved all those movies as a kid. Yeah, me too. Especially the Ray Harryhausen ones. 707, yeah, if you're talking about the Anunnaki, obviously they had advanced technology. Joe has wrote, why weren't the Anunnaki advanced? So yeah, they were. My take on it after 40 years of research is they're about 300 years more advanced than we are now. Obviously not back then, but now I think they're about, in 300 years time we'll be up to where they were when they first came here. That's what I think. Now Billy Carson says they're millions of years ahead of us, but yet they don't have anti-gravity technology. I don't think they're millions of years ahead of us personally, but that's just my take on it. Joe has wrote, sorry, why was Tataria not advanced? Because there's no evidence of... So there was a Mongolian empire 500 years ago. They had land, they had maps. That's it. That is it. There is zero, and I mean zero. Next time you come across any Tatarian person, say to them, where's the evidence of this advanced technology? Proper evidence. I mean proper evidence. And they'll say, well, they're done. They'll mention some, it was a church, like as we had earlier on, some guy saying, it was a church and therefore, free energy and therefore... So I said, no problem at all. Where's the evidence that the church was built by the Tatarians then? There's none. None. It always ends up back with none. I'm surprised at how many people don't ask for evidence. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being stupid. Maybe I should be like everyone else, or people like those people that we've had tonight. Kerry's wrote, "You know me. I want the evidence." There you go. See, there's finally we're getting people. Good. Day has wrote, "Thanks for your knowledge. You're more than welcome, Day." Andrews wrote, "Good evening, host, and to everyone. Terrible reception, but I've been trying to tune in all night. I will stick this on. This is quite a good fun one tonight. Thanks to Gary." Sometimes we do get that. We get sort of one person that continues to carry on and then realises they bit off more than they can chew. So tonight was a good one because Gary, I don't know if you heard, but Gary said that I need to try harder and that he's got more information than me. So we asked him for just one bit where I'm wrong, because obviously he must have evidence where I'm wrong to be able to say that, But of course he just disappeared. And then, in fact, as I carried on reading, turns out he said, "Oh, what an ego!" So, what did he expect? I don't get what he expected. Juices wrote, "In other words, it is a sport, and we enjoy watching when you reel them in with facts." Roasted. Yes, that's what I was trying to get to earlier. So yeah, thank you, Juice. You took the words out of my mouth. So get a gold star for that. Well done. History and Coins wrote, "I'm going back to sleep. Sorry I can't stay." Thank you very much, though, History. I hope you enjoyed yourself as well. I know I have. Dan Hughes wrote, "Anima Leash Tablet 1-4 references flat planes." You do realise the Anunnaki also talk about the four corners of Earth. I think possibly in the same tablet, Danu. So now you're going to say it's a square, aren't you, Dano? So is it a flat Earth now, Dano? Is it, Dano? Now, obviously there were flat planes, but not Earth as a flat plane. So Danu, are you aware that they talked about the four corners of Earth. Don't know. Is it square now, or is it a CD shape? Don't know. Yeah. Oh, it's too easy. This is too easy. Kerry's right. Bloody hell, 11 o'clock. Okay, jeez. Mel B's right. I wish I could pay you to be live all day and night. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, bless you guys. Oh, thank you very much. That's really nice. I do this for no payment whatsoever. Thank you. That's lovely to hear. Carla's wrote, is that where the phrase "you've been fleeced" came from? Thank you, Day. Oh, thank you, Day. I don't know. It was a very good point. I don't know. Could be. I like that. Go number 3 in the class for that. Technically, it's not a question, but I like it. Moderators are always top of the class, by the way, just to let you know, just in case you're thinking, why doesn't he ever give the moderators? Technically, for questions, the moderators are amazing, so I can't praise them enough. Andrews wrote, I remember that movie. And then Shabazz wrote, loved Sinbad. Yeah, they were good, weren't they, back in the day? I suppose if you watched them now, they're probably not that good. But do you know what I watched the other night? I was watching all of the... I can't remember the name of it. What was the bloody film? You know the film. The Golden Circle. I can't remember the bloody name. I watched all 3 of them. Kingsman. That was it. Bloody hell. And then I watched the 3rd one. Anyone seen the 3rd Kingsman movie after watching the other 2? I was like, what the hell? It's total different. Be Real was wrote Earth is flat, and then wrote, yeah, I can't prove it, and so I'm just gonna hope that you're not gonna call me out because it's late for you there in England. Yeah, no worries, right? Be Real, yeah. Anything you say, you follow me. So Tony's wrote, quote are the engineers. Not sure what that's referring to. Kerry's wrote, to be real, can you explain Haley's comment on a flat earth? Tony's wrote, who are the engineers? Depends on what context you're referring to. If you're talking about Tesla cars, if you're talking about the engineers of trains, if you're talking about the engineers of, I don't know really what you're referring to. Kira's right, I'm going to be saying poor Gary for weeks. Aww. Andrews wrote, there's a response to a flat earth person. That's a response to a flat earth person. Thunder Groove has wrote, do you believe that ice wall is real? No, absolutely categorically not. We've been sailing for thousands of years, that's a fact. Not one person in their logbooks has ever said they've come across a wall behind Australia, behind Scotland, anywhere other than the North and South Pole, which is where, guess what, ice is. Ice shelves are there. If you go that way, you'll come to them. 0 people have ever said it. 0 people's ever said they've been warned off. 0 people's ever flew over an ice wall because they've not even come to the ice wall. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. So no flat ice wall. In fact, don't even get me started. Daniels wrote corners of a globe. So when I said the 4 corners of the earth, what they were referring to was the 4 points that they had inhabited, which was South Africa, one part of, so they got South Africa, then you've got the upper part of Mesopotamia, then you've got Mesopotamia, then you've got the lower part of Mesopotamia. So same as them calling the White Lands, which is Antarctica, White Lands, it's the same as them calling the lower world, which was later on they called it the lower world as South Africa, even though it already had a name called the Abzu. They also call it the underworld. So if you're saying that the underworld is now hell, technically that's where we actually get it from, then so if you're going to go by literal on what they're referring to here on Earth, where bearing in mind when they're talking about the ball, round, and globe is when they're in heaven looking at Earth, which is space. Whereas other times when they're talking about such places as the underworld, they're already on Earth talking about it. So now if you're saying, well, how do you get the underworld on Earth when it's actually South Africa? That's how the Anunnaki spoke. Shabazz has wrote, love to stay, can't get enough but work in morning. Me too, yeah, sorry mate, yeah, thank you though. Corey's wrote, do you believe the Earth is flat around? It's round. Hopefully you just heard me sort of giving something. Carrie's wrote, sir, I'm just glad your name isn't Gary. No, it's not. It's not Gary. Corey's wrote, what about Bird? Admiral Bird, I'm guessing you're saying. Yeah, he didn't say that there was an ice wall. He said that beyond the pole in the South Pole there is extra land. You're going to say, oh, does that mean the South Pole? Yes. Does that mean the pole that Scott of Antarctic put down? Yes. So beyond the pole, which is what Scott of Antarctic put down, Admiral Byrd went past in his plane. Yes. First person to do so. Yes. And he found that there was an ice shelf that broke off of Antarctica. Yes. That created the Great Flood 10,000 years before. Yes. And so therefore, that size land, which he says is the size of America, is now got no ice on in Antarctica. Oh. So now available to the American military is extra land that they didn't think they had. Oh. So the whole flat earthers are basing it on some crap that they made up instead of listening to you, which actually tells it as it is. Yes. Baby Jesus. Cots right, I can't help it. I love Jeremy Clarkson when he used to say baby Jesus. Cotswolds wrote, great live. Going to have to go very soon. Thank you, Outer History and Mods. No worries at all. Thank you. I'm going to have to shoot as well. Corey wrote, Admiral Byrd. Hopefully you heard me and now understand. Go watch my videos on Flat Earth if you're interested. If anyone's interested in the proof that the Anunnaki were the gods in the Bible, 100% proof. You just need 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 8-hour documentary. You only need 10 minutes. And the documentary is done by me and it's not done by Zachariah Sitchin. Watch 10 minutes and two things will come from it. You'll say, wow, amazing research, and B, oh my god, the gods were the Anunnaki. Why didn't we all catch on to this? Why are we so brainwashed? So if you want the evidence, which most people can't be bothered, but if you want the evidence, on my homepage, ourtruehistory.co.uk, scroll down where it says click here. That will take you to YouTube. You can sit back and watch the whole of that if you want, or just watch 10 minutes and go, wow, he's right. Juices wrote, who's snoring? I've got a cat right beside me, probably purring away waiting for dinner. Andrews wrote, the wall the flat earth people talk about is at the nut house. Fruit and veg. Danush wrote, we use corners of the earth today, but it's not square, it's a globe. There you go. So you've just pointed out that it is a globe. Well done. Thank you. Urges wrote, what do we do with these Anunnakis? What do we do with these Anunnakis? It's more to the case of what they do with us, I would say. Tony's wrote, very good show as always. Oh, thank you, Tony. It's very nice of you to say. Sorry for being a bit egotistical today. CR4 wrote, which Anunnaki member is Jesus? He would have been a hybrid from Marduk. Feel free to watch my amazing documentary called Who Jesus' Real Father Is. It's on YouTube. You can get to it from my website, along with thousands of other videos that you probably wouldn't even know information's out there, but it is, whether you're interested in Greek, Roman, ancient Greeks, ancient Romans. I mean, we're talking Anunnaki stuff. We're not aliens. We're not talking just, Julius Caesar. We're talking Zeus and Poseidon and Neptune and Apollo and all of those with evidence on who they are. So, as well as the Norse gods, where I rewrite that as well. I rewrite the Bible and look at the one called Alien Bible. I rewrite Genesis. So yeah, amazing videos, and there's no ego in those long documentaries. Corey's wrote, "Yes, I hear you." No worries at all. And then Corey's wrote, "Thanks." No worries at all. Andy's wrote, "The Earth is round." Yep. Corey's wrote, "Who is the Most High?" Who is the Most High? Ararat. Enlil would have been the Most High up until about 3000 BC when Marduk took over, and then he would have been the Most High. Ararat was the mountain which the Ark landed on, according to the map in the British Museum. And it wasn't a spaceship where it got stuck or settled. CR4 wrote, "I checked it before a while back. I'll have another scroll." I can't remember what you was just talking about there. My brain's gone. But no worries. Thank you. Danu's wrote, "It's not a competition. I gave you the evidence from Sumerian cosmology that they suggest the Earth is flat." No, it doesn't. It doesn't say that. I'll have to do a video just to show you what it's actually referring to. CR4's wrote, "Appreciate what you do." No worries at all. Thank you. Corey's wrote, "What is? Who is Ararat?" So it was Mount Ararat. Basically, it was if that's what you're referring to. I don't know if that's what you're referring to. Kerry's wrote to Dano, "They might have suggested that, but doesn't make it correct." So basically, if you read the Moorhen translations, when they got here, they looked at certain places, which is actually in my script, believe it or not, in my film script, where the Anunnaki go off. Three of them go off and look for land, and they actually do. This is in the Sumerian translations, and they look for land and they come across flat plains, and on those flat plains, this isn't where they were. This wasn't over in Eridu. This was somewhere else. I'm not quite sure. It doesn't say where it was. They named the place as Dilmun, so eventually they give it to one of the Anunnakis to rule a place called Dilmun. But anyway, so that was a flat plain, and they talk about it, and there was lions there. That's where they first encountered lions. So that's why I say, that's why I said, if you're talking when they're in heaven and they say globe, earth, globe, round and ball, fine, because heaven is space. If they're here on earth and they're talking about a flat plane, they did already. That's what I say. It's to do with context. And unfortunately, people. Anyway, I'm too tired now. Corey's wrote, "Yes." Cotswolds wrote, night all. Catch you next time. Thank you very much, Cotswolds. Kyle's wrote, "All of that couldn't be more wrong." And then, by the way, Kyle has just said, "I cannot debunk you. Like everyone else tonight, I've just tried to make you look stupid by putting laughing faces, but let's be honest, our true history, I cannot debunk you, so I know you're going to read this out and say that instead of me debunking you, all I've done is tried to make you look bad, but it didn't work because you've literally just proved that you're undebunkable." Thank you, Kyle. Then Kyle wrote, "Have a look at my picture. I think I'm cool wearing some sort of blue football shirt, but if you look at my head, it looks like I've got horns coming out of it, and it looks like my rouge makeup is running." It does actually, you're right, Kyle. Well, whatever turns you on. I mean, I think you got a bit too much mascara on your eyes on your picture. I would, yeah, and stay out of the ladies' toilets as well while you're out, Kyle. And you follow me and all. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you've got someone that follows me that says all that couldn't be more wrong. Now, bearing in mind they'd have to have evidence to prove what I've been saying is wrong, which they won't. And they follow me. So this person thinks they know more than me, and yet they're following me. And they're the one that's put the laughing faces. Sorry, just blocking that person, because there's no point in having someone that thinks they know more than me and following me to learn. It's stupid. Corey's wrote, "Have you read the book Glass Bikinis written by..." No. Nice try, a little joke there. I saw that. I caught that at the end there. Alpha's put laughing faces. And Darwin's wrote, "Oh my God, you're so funny. A cracking live." Oh, thank you, Darwin. It's not that funny. Thank you though, bless. Okay, on that bombshell, I'm gonna love you guys and leave you. So don't forget, one last time, important message. If you want to see the evidence that the Anunnaki were the gods in the Bible and that they created us, seriously, if you want to see that evidence, I'm going to tell you right now where it is. It's so simple. It's on YouTube, but it's my video with evidence. It's 8 hours long. You only need 10 minutes. Ready? So here's where it is. You can get to it. On my website, scroll down on the home page to where it says click here. OurTrueHistory.co.uk. Scroll down to where it says click here. It will take you to YouTube. Sit back, have a cup of tea, and just watch it and go, okay, he's just destroyed Michael S. Heiser, which I do. Totally destroy him. He's a religious person that created the website called sitchiniswrong.com. Totally destroy him in the first couple of minutes. And then it carries on proving that Zecharia Sitchin didn't translate the tablets. He never said he did. So that destroys anyone else that says Sitchin is wrong, such as Museum of Tarot, who's a numpty, because he clearly didn't do his homework. So I destroyed people like him, and at the same time I'm showing that the Anunnaki were here, backing it up with mainstream, backing it up with museums, backing it up beautifully. And then after 10 minutes you'll go, wow, the Bible is talking about an alien freaking race with evidence. And then you feel free to watch the rest of the 8 hours if you want, or watch my other thousands of videos, loads of videos on my website. So there you go, that's where it is. Juices wrote is thank you, Kerry. It's only thanks to people like Gary. Kerry's wrote, "Tell Clark hello." I will do. I have to put him to bed an hour and a half ago. Whoopsie. Juices wrote, "Thank you, more than welcome, guys." Andrews wrote, "Have a good night, host, and keep everyone smiling." Thank you. And JMS has wrote, "Hello." Unfortunately, JMS, I've got to shoot. I should have gone an hour and a half ago. But yeah, go to my website. You can get to anything you want. Stonehenge videos. They're good ones. Just watch. Just pick one and watch one, and you'll see. So thank you, moderators, as always. Brilliant work, and I will catch you. Thank you again, JMS. Thank you, and I'll catch everyone again very, very soon. Bye, everybody. Oh, just to let everyone know, I just thought of something that I was going to be doing. I'm shooting directing a movie on restarting again. Long story short, starting next Saturday. Not this Saturday, following Saturday. And someone asked whether I'll be putting the film, letting people know. But I keep myself separate from my different things that I do. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk around with a camera. I'm going to mask out the actors' faces, so it's not, because I kind of, if you Google who the actors are, then you'll end up knowing, what other films I've done, who I am, and stuff like that. So I'll mask out their faces. Sorry, I might not mask out the sound man's face because you probably don't have a YouTube channel or something. Anyway, so I'll do that, and I'll show the set that we're filming at on Saturday, and so you guys can see that I'm not just making up crap, because I don't lie. Okay, right, on that bombshell, I will Muhammad's wrote, "The truth is Islam, your history is not the truth." So Muhammad, I'm guessing you are happy to believe some person that said he spoke to God. Is that right? Sorry, I'm just trying to get my head around it. You're happy to believe, with no evidence, that someone said he spoke to God? Is that what you're saying? Because Muhammad supposedly spoke to God. Now you do realise, Muhammad, there's 4,000 other religions. So why would your one be correct when obviously your one came along way later, when one person said that he spoke to God and then told people what to believe? Yeah, you get where I'm going with that. Okay, and on that bombshell, that's it, guys. In a nutshell, that's exactly what it is. Andrew's right. The only time I speak to God is when I see my electric bill. Brilliant. All right, guys. Take care, everybody, and I will see you again all very, very soon. Thank you. Bye. Bye. Bye.